If you and the council would be so inclined, I would ask that you suspend the rules and move forward with those recognitions at this time.
You mean the streets?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I'd be glad to do that. My good friend.
And any other special recognitions that are on the agenda for today as well.
And then after that, I'm gonna let you give us the guiding hand on. I see we have some city employees here.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm gonna let you give us a guiding hand on how you want to handle that,
Absolutely.
because you know they all love you, and I know they want to show you some love early. So can I get a motion that suspend the rules, and we'll bring up the resolution for Jerry Bowman.
So moved. Second.
It has been moved and seconded. We will suspend the rules and bring the resolution up for Jerry. Jerry, would you and all your friends and family come up?
Ms. McCullough, can Mr. Everson try again?
I'm sorry, I was thinking it was a 7-0 vote to suspend the rules and bring it up.
Well, try it again, please. Thank you.
Mr. Thompson, I'm going to ask you to read that, please. Just before you do, Jerry is the better half of Joyce. I think Jerry got Joyce started in politics. Jerry, I hope you don't mind me saying this, but Jerry was out walking with me, man. I guess, was it Jerry, about 30 years ago?
You better believe it.
All right. Jerry's hair was black and mine both. Both of us had black hair at that time. And you see what has happened to Jerry now over the years. But, matter of fact, my headquarters was at Jerry's barber shop. So, everybody who came to Jerry's barber shop, Jerry gave him a little taste of Joe Shine. And Jerry, I appreciate that. Jerry and George and I have been friends ever since. And Mayor, the second campaign I was in, Jerry had Joyce out walking.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Jerry had Joyce out walking. So Jerry, this is an honor that you deserve. This isn't anything that we just giving you. It's not just dropping out of the sky. Jerry, you deserve it. You have been a mover and shaker, not only in the Moortown area, but in Shreveport. What you do in Moortown, what goes on in one part of town impacts the other part of town. So, okay. and then too, Jerry is a good old Bethune graduate.
66 graduate.
There you go. There you go. Good old Bethune graduate, and Jerry has stayed in that community and helped to improve the quality of life in that area. Jerry has helped people from raising food for them for Christmas to Thanksgiving to helping babies out, and Jerry, we just appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's what you do, Jerry, when you send up your timbers to heaven. I don't know whether we still have any ministers in here besides Reverend Jones, but he'll tell you that's your bank account. Jerry has built him a bank account where it's very important. So, Mr. Thompson, would you please?
Councilman Shine?
Yes.
Could maybe I address him?
Sure.
Let me say good afternoon to everyone.
And then I'm sorry, when she gets through Jerry, I'm coming to Sam.
Jerry, I was really looking for a pen to write down some bullets, but to make a long story short, my husband experienced 6 years of colon cancer, and during that duration of time, Jerry was his barber. As a matter of fact, he cut all 3 of my boys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the oldest one I think now is 35, 30, and 28, I believe. But anyway, he cut their hair, and he also cut my husband's hair as well. But during the 6-year bout of cancer, Jerry actually traveled to the hospital in intensive care all the way up to, most of you all know I was in a runoff with Mr. C.O. Simpkins November 2nd, and 3 days after that, my husband left to go
Dr.
home
C.O.
to be with the
Simpkins.
Lord.
Yeah.
But 2 hours prior to my husband leaving, Jerry actually was visited my husband at Promise and actually cut his hair. And the nurse explained to me that when they called to give a report to let me know how my husband was doing, I said, well, is anybody there? Because I had a nephew that was sitting there with my husband. Said, well, no, the guy came to cut his hair, and I just know he was crying the whole time he was cutting your husband's hair. But I want to thank you, Jerry, for being there, you know, during the last few hours. My husband was here. And just thank you for your service to my family, period. You are an inspiration to my entire family. Just thank you for all your hard work. And you are a soldier in God's army.
Thank you, thank you.
Mr. Green, would you come up and stand by Jerry? And you got it, but it's some other of Jerry's barbers back there. Jerry, look back there and tell him to come on up and stand by you.
Green?
I think Pastor Jackson was here.
Pastor.
Former council member and pastor,
Oh,
Aaron.
okay, I
T.J.
didn't,
Jackson is here as well.
Dr. TJ.
I didn't see him. I thought he had left out the chamber. Is it anybody else here with Jerry? Oh, y'all come on up. One of my students too. Yeah, y'all come on up. Y'all come on up. There, you see Jerry got his team with him.
I see that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, got his team with him. All right, let me give Jerry, a young man that you all threw your arms around over there. Sam?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me take this opportunity to congratulate you, Jerry, on this recognition. The street and your barbershop, of course, is located in District F with Councilman Shine. You and your lovely wife, Joyce, and my commissioner,
Yes, sir.
your other son, are all residents of District G. And we could not be more prouder in District G today than we can say right now. You know, your wife and I work very closely together.
Oh, yeah.
A number of years in the community. With some recent incidents that happened out there, I could hear her voice, and I say that with all sincerity, about the violence and the gunplay, safety of the children. And although she is not there physically with us now, her spirit is still there. And it was good to just look to my left the other day and see a son standing with me, carrying out that same legacy of caring for the community, making sure it was a safe and clean place for everybody to live. So you and your family are very well recognized throughout this city, and you have been a strong backbone for that family. You know, they have a song that they sing sometimes, the wind beneath my feet. You know, sometimes people are standing in the shadows, but they're the ones who are really the wind beneath the feet of those who may be out front. And you was that for your wife, you're that for your children. And so I just want to congratulate you for this recognition today. As the councilman said, it's very well deserved, long time coming. And I just thank you and your family for everything that you all continue to do to make Shreveport a better place for all of us to live. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
you.
Jerry, I was trying to see. I got an old phone. I just want all of them to know my new one is at home. You know, to take pictures with. And I want all of them to know I'm up to date now. You know,
Glad to hear that.
Jerry, we might live out that more time, but we up to date, right? All right. Is it anybody there with a camera who can come right here and Rose got one? Okay, Jeff got one right
We could
here.
use my phone, but after that introduction, I thought I'd just sit back.
Oh, wait a minute, Oliver.
I got a good one.
All right, now Jeff is gonna run that off, and we're gonna bring that by the barber shop.
Okay.
We're gonna put that up in the barber shop. Mr. Thompson, would you please?
This is a resolution authorizing the mayor to dedicate Mervon Street between Jewella Avenue and Broadway Avenue in honor of Mr. Jerry Bowman, and to otherwise provide with respect thereto by Councilman Joe Shine. Whereas Councilman Joe Shine has requested that Mervon Street between Jewel Avenue and Broadway Avenue be dedicated in honor of Mr. Jerry Bowman. And whereas Jerry Bowman graduated from Bethune High School, and whereas Jerry Bowman was married to the late Commissioner and former City Council member Joyce Bowman, and he is the father of 2 sons, and whereas Jerry Bowman is a member of Morning Star Baptist Church, and whereas Jerry Bowman is owner and operator of Jerry's Barber Shop, located at 4129 Mervon Street, where he has been serving customers in the Shreveport area for over 30 years. And whereas Jerry Bowman has been a longtime community activist and father figure for many children in the area. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Shreveport in due legal and regular session convened that the mayor, on behalf of the city, is authorized to dedicate Mervon Street between Jewel Avenue and Broadway Avenue in honor of Mr. Jerry Bowman, to honor his contributions to this city and its citizens.
Jerry, he forgot and left 2 things out of that. Political headquarters for City Councilman Joe Shine. And the political headquarters for the future school board member out there,
Oh, yeah.
Dr. Green.
Yeah.
All right. All in favor? Vote yes.
You moved on that, Mr. Chairman?
Second.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I believe
Councilman-
we got a motion from Councilman Sam Jenkins, second from Councilwoman Rose McCullough. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed, no. This passes with a 7-0 vote. Jerry,
Try it again.
congratulations. If you or your son one would like to say something, the mic is yours.
Well, it looked like everything has been said. Not quite, okay. First,
All right
thank
then.
you. First of all, I'd like to say good evening to everyone. And secondly, I want to truthfully say I am very, very honored here today. I grew up on Mervon Street,
Sure did.
and as a boy, I remember the street was a dusty road. But we always had good people on Mervon Street. They always there for a helping hand with each other. Motown has always been very important to me.
That's true.
I remember the time a lot of kids growed up there that didn't have a father figure, and they chose me to do that. And I was very, very grateful to me. And I just like to say that I'm honored here today. And I never dreamed that this would ever happen to me. My primary interest there was to help people in any way that I can. I remember my parents telling me that no one is better than you through flesh and blood. They might have materialistic stuff more than you, but no one is better than you. And that's the way I accept people. And I realize and recognize that without people, there'll be no me. And I'd like to thank my son, both of my sons, Gerald and Jerry, for being very, very supportive to me. And I also like to thank, he's one of my mentors here, Sean Boston, who's going up the ladder, and also my co-worker, Big Will, Mr. Green here, and my posse. I'd like to thank my pastor for being here too. And I just want to say thank you all for everything. I thank you once and I thank you twice. I just can't find enough thanks to say thank you to y'all.
Brother Green, and then Big Will, we're going to ask you something because you've been with Jerry a long time. I mean, a long time.
Mr. Chairman and district personnel, Jerry goes beyond what is known as being good. I first noticed and recognized that he had so many little fellas coming into the barber shop, and they would get into the chair and he would give them a haircut and they'd get on so quietly and move on out. So I started wondering, how will he know who needs to pay him later on. That never was an issue. Those who knew they needed to pay paid, and those who did not have to pay did not pay. But he entered my life from a different aspect. I was a community coach in the Motown, Bethune area, and you will recognize that many of the players on that team or those teams did not have what it took actually in terms of expense to be on a team. If you go to Jerry's Barbershop right now today, you will see some type of award that we presented to him many, many years ago. But all we had to do was say, Jerry, we need, and he provided. From baseball to helmets to shoulder pads and whatever, shoes, he did it at no question and no hesitation. I believe he walked straight to Sports World or wherever he got them from, and got every time we asked him for help, he gave it to us. And for that, I know he's a good man and he's good to other people. Thank you.
All right, Big Will, now you've been with him a long time. You got to say something. If it's nothing but Jerry, I love you.
Mr. Chairman, Jerry, I love you.
There you go. Jerry heard you, huh?
I've been with Jerry since 1991. I retired out the Air Force in 1991. And I told Jerry, matter of fact, we went to school together. He's just a year older than I am. But anyway, I told him that.
Jerry, why he didn't have any gray hair?
But anyway, I told Jerry that I wanted to become a barber. And he told me, well, once you finish the military and finish barber school, I have a place for you. So I told him, I said, okay, well, when that happened, he had a place for me. So I told him, I said, I'll be here until you leave. When you retire, I'm retired. And we'll let the young folks have it. So I've been with him all the time. I have enjoyed working with him. Okay? So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else want to say anything?
Thank you for my credit, Jerry. I don't owe you anything, do I? 'Cause, you know, my credit. I had 4 heads, so I owe you for any of those heads.
Jerry, we appreciate it. Mr. Mayor, do you have any idea when, I didn't see Mr. Harris, when Mr. Harrison will be out there?
He's here.
He's here?
As soon as we can get it printed up, Mr. Shine, we will give notice to you and to Jerry and the family and schedule a time that's convenient to all.
Please. And Jerry, if they run out of ink, me and you'll get it to them, yeah?
Okay, that'll work.
All right then. Thank y'all very much.
Yes, that's my 6th grade student at Lanier Middle School.
The mayor,
Yes, sir.
how was it? What did
Dynamic.
well, look at it. Don't say that.
Mr. Shine,
I believe you paid him.
I want to say this, obviously, always honored to have a chance to be able to honor and recognize Jerry, a Shreveport legend. But as Mr. Green said before I got to his math class, and in order to be able to add over 10, I'd have to take one of my shoes off. So he's one of the folks who helped me a lot.
All right. Yeah.
And also, I'd be remiss, I know also he mentioned earlier about my brother, and he's here in the back.
Where's that? Come on up here, boy. Let us see you.
We called him up, Mr. Shine. He kept waving us off.
Now,
Come on, we need you.
now that's the one. Now,
Thank you
Jerry,
very much, Pastor Jackson.
Jerry, that's the one that looks like his mama.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one that looks like his mama.
Come on, get a picture.
Yeah, Rose want a picture of you. She's gonna put it up in her house.
Put it on my nightstand.
Yeah, Rose gonna put it on a nightstand.
Yeah, stand there with your dad and your brother. Joyce would love that. You ready, Jerry? One more time.
All right, thank y'all. Now I believe we have one for Dr. C.O. Simpkins.
And I checked with the family and he's ill. So.
Well, we can still do it. We can still do it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
a resolution authorizing the mayor to dedicate the 100 through the 1100 blocks of Allen Avenue in honor of Dr. C.O. Simpkins, DDS, and otherwise providing with respect thereto by Councilwoman Rose McCulloch. Whereas Councilwoman Rose McCulloch has requested that the 100 through the 1100 blocks of Allen Avenue be dedicated in honor of Dr. C.O. Simpkins. Whereas Dr. Simpkins was born and reared in Mansfield, Louisiana. And whereas Dr. Simpkins is married to Dr. Elaine Shoemaker Simpkins. and is the father of 5 children. And whereas Dr. Simpkins graduated from Wiley College in Marshall, Texas, and Meharry Medical College School of Dentistry in Nashville, Tennessee. And whereas after graduating from medical school, Dr. Simpkins returned to Shreveport, Louisiana, and set up practice with his father, a practicing dentist. Whereas Dr. Simpkins soon opened his own dental practice on Gary Street. And whereas Dr. Simpkins was deeply involved in civil rights activities, he worked with others to promote voter registration and citizenship education in the greater Shreveport area, as well as equal resources for all schools in Caddo Parish. And whereas Dr. Simpkins was the first African American to run for a seat on the Caddo Parish School Board in 1954, and whereas Dr. Simpkins became friends with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. after meeting him in Chicago, Illinois, and invited Dr. King to Shreveport for his first visit in August of 1958 for the United Christian Movement Conference on Registration and Voting. Whereas Dr. Simpkins was a founding member of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and he served as vice president during a period of time when Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. served as president. And whereas after the bombing of his property, his inability to get insurance for his home and dental practice, and because of his concern for his patients and other citizens, Dr. Simpkins decided to leave Shreveport. And whereas after 26 years of self-imposed exile, practicing dentistry and continuing his activism in New York City, Dr. Simpkins returned to Shreveport. And whereas Dr. Simpkins ran for mayor in 1990 as the first serious African-American candidate, he won the primary and narrowly lost in the runoff election. And whereas Dr. Simpkins then ran and won a seat in the Louisiana House of Representatives, where he served from 1992 until 1996. Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Shreveport in due legal and regular session convened that the mayor, on behalf of the city, is authorized to dedicate the 100 through the 1100 blocks of Allen Avenue in honor of Dr. C.O. Simpkins, to honor his contributions to this citizen and its citizens. To the
Motion,
city and
please.
its citizens.
So,
Second.
It's been moved by
Councilwoman McCullough.
Rose
I second.
McCullough. I'll do it, Sam. I know you're quick. You've always been like that. You were like that in school. First kid to raise his hand up. Okay, it's been moved by Councilwoman Rose McCullough, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. Before we vote on that, Ms. Sarpy, I hate to put you on the spot, but if you wouldn't mind coming forward and maybe saying a word or two on behalf of Dr. Simpkins, we would accept that.
I think all of them came down to show their
Oh,
support, Mr. Chairman.
okay.
Ms. Hardy, Ms.
Okay, I'm gonna leave it up to Ms. Sarpy to bring them up. I had the pleasure to serve with Ms. Sarpy here on this on the city council. And I'm not gonna say how long, but I'm gonna say about 4 or 5 years ago, Ms. Sarpy.
A few years ago.
Yeah, just a few years
ago.
Not very many.
Councilman Shine, all 3 of those are my sorrows, by the way.
Oh, great. Well, you all got a wonderful sister. Okay. Okay.
There are other members of the coalition who are present here.
It
Who
is.
would come up? Art Thompson
Please.
is here, and Reverend Austin is here. Are
Okay,
there any
come on.
others?
Mrs. Hardy there is a former school board representative, and she looks so young until I'm not gonna say how many years, but, okay.
Good afternoon to all of you. We're delighted to be here this afternoon. Let me say before we start talking about Dr. Simpkins, just a few words of congratulations to Jerry Bowman, because all of us standing up here love him greatly. And so we want him to know that we weren't standing up here with him, but we were standing up here with him. Last year, the Coalition of Northwest Louisiana organized to recognize the 50th celebration of the civil rights movement in this area. And since that time, we have continued to meet and recognize individuals who have done so much in our community. It was presented, I think, by Reverend Azrael McLean on behalf of the coalition to this council that Dr. Simpkins be recognized. And so, as a result of that, we stand before you today. We're sorry that Dr. Simpkins is ill and not able to be with us this afternoon. We know he's here in the spirit. Art Thompson has given a great read-off just a few moments ago about all that Dr. Simpkins has done and how he has served in this community. I served as his chair when he ran for mayor in 1990. Rose, I didn't serve as his chair when he ran against you. But for that, we're just really proud of all that he has done, and we're very happy that you're able to recognize him in this manner today. We thank you.
Now, just before you all go, Ms. Pendleton, Doc was one of those civil rights fighters. And Ms. Hardy, I'm going to ask you too, because you know, Coach was, was in there for years. Ms. Pendleton, why don't you just say a word or two?
And Dr. Pendleton came, and when he came to town, he took the office where Dr. Simpkins was.
Right.
Ms. Pendleton.
He was the starter of Bull.
This is something that I'm not accustomed to
That's
doing,
okay.
but I'm very pleased to have been asked to say something here. I think that the honor that's being bestowed upon Dr. Simpkins is well earned, and it will be an enlightenment to our community. The children will be able to pass and know, and hopefully inquire why the name change. And it's an opportunity for us to give them this information, which will be very beneficial to them. Thank you very much.
Now, before you go, next will be Lewis. Got to get something for Lewis.
Yeah.
Lewis was a fighter. We came for years. Doc and I were good friends.
Exactly.
And we got to get some for him. And I want something for Mac down by J.S. Clark, even if we had to put it on the football field. And now, Cedric, now you talking about a Grambling night. Mac was a Grambling night in his heart. Nothing went on at Grambling on the football field that Mac wasn't there. And we're so proud of what he did at J.S. Clark and in the civil rights movement too. No doubt about it. So please, Ursula, come forward and say a word or two.
Well, I had not planned to say anything at all today, but thank you so much for asking me. It is deserved. Dr. Simpkin was one of my dentists. I fell in love with him then, and I'm still in love with him. He's a wonderful, outstanding man, and so he deserved all of these accolades that you have bestowed upon him, and I'm grateful for that. And I always tell people I'm grateful for Grambling State University because I got a BS degree from Grambling and a man.
Look out now.
And I kept that man for 52 years
I'm going
until
to call
he
my
died.
sister this evening and tell her you're down.
Thank you all so much.
All right. Thank you, Ursula.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I just want to join you and the council and also, in addition to Jerry Bowman, honoring and recognizing this dedication to Dr. C.O. Simpkins. It's interesting, some of the comments that you made, Mr. Chairman. I had the great pleasure of growing up on Joe Louis Boulevard. But Joe Louis Boulevard was immediately adjacent to Simpkins Drive.
That's right.
Simpkins Drive was not named after Dr. C.O. Simpkins, it was named after his father. That's right. And ironically, Mr. Chairman, since we're talking about degrees of separation,
right.
Former Chancellor Leonard Barnes lived on Simpkins Drive.
That's right.
Chancellor Barnes, before he became the Chancellor of Southern University, coached at Booker T. Washington High School.
That's right.
One of the players that he coached was one McHenry Hardy.
All right.
McHenry Hardy attended Grambling at the same time that my mother
and
attended
Eddie Robinson down there was his coach and friend.
And Mr. Chairman, both Coach Hardy and my mother taught school at J.S. Clark.
Sure did.
And for those folks who have opportunity to visit us on the second floor, if you're not meeting in the large conference room, you are directed to what we refer to as the Pendleton. The Pendleton is the small conference room or mayor's library on the second floor. We dubbed it such specifically in recognition to what you said, Mr. Chairman, because we sit here today with a mayor strong mayor council form of government is directly attributable to the efforts and the leadership of Dr. Lewis Pendleton and all of that host of giants at that time who challenged the mayor commission form of government that ended in November of 1978. This form of government was instituted at that time. As you mentioned, you came on the council in 82, the first council in 78. And
I think I must have been about 16.
You and Jerry were mere junior high boys. And Ms. Sarpy came and joined as a member, I believe, in 83, if I'm remembering correctly. And
Greg
she was
Carver.
just out of junior high school.
That's right, Greg Carver went to the...
And so we are here today, Mr. Chairman, surrounded by living history.
That's right.
And for those of us who have been blessed and privileged to be able to stand tall and look far, as Isaac Newton said, is because we are privileged to stand on the shoulders of giants. And so literally, Jerry Bowman, Dr. C.O. Simpkins, Maxine Sarpy, Mrs. Hardy, Mrs. Pendleton, these folks are giants of this community. I thank them for their service, their leadership, and I believe it was Mrs. Sarpy who said, one of the ladies who mentioned, that one of the things that will be significant about what's being done here today is that it will prompt opportunities for those of us who know and remember and can share stories with our young people. When they look up, as it says biblically, what means these stones? When they say what means this sign, that will give us a chance to be able to share these stories of these giants and what they have done to help lead us over into a land of better opportunities. So I thank you all for being here. And again, we look forward to having a chance to be able to schedule that sign installation in similar fashion to Mr. Bowman's, and giving these folks a chance to smell their flowers while they still have life to live.
And the next night is going to be for Lewis and Matt. And it goes to show the diversity that has made this a great community. And this is going to be good for history. 15, 20, 25 years, 30 years from now, when all of us are gone, people can see that Shreveport has a great history and it's diverse. And this is where it ought to be. We all are Americans. We all go to make up this great country. And this is the thing this is what makes America so great, is that we all have an opportunity to make a contribution. All right, I'm ready for the vote. I think I got them.
I just need your vote.
You just need mine? You tell me these people that voted and I didn't tell them to vote?
I mean, with the
Hey, y'all better cut that out.
you made, I mean, how could we not know?
I know what happened. The man I was talking so much. Okay.
Mr. Shine, if you will afford me one additional opportunity to reference this coalition. It was Easter Sunday of this year that this group took the lead with the assistance and the support of Lieutenant Governor Jay Darden in installing a historical marker in front of the Little Union Baptist Church on Milam Street that marked the events that took place there in September of 1963 that helped to change Shreveport. And so for those who are looking for a current opportunity to be able to go and share and learn and enlighten there in front of the Little Union Baptist Church on Milam Street is a very considerable marker that details exactly what happened there in 1963 and the aftermath of the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham and the demonstrations that were held here in support, some of which was led by someone who's still here with us, Pastor Austin, sitting on the front row. But again, it was this group that took the lead in that, and it's an opportunity again to be able to share and disseminate the history of this community with folks who may not have an awareness or an appreciation for it.
Let me ask you this. Would you be willing to put Councilman Oliver Jenkins in your truck and take him down there and let him read it?
I think he's a
been
Marine.
Oh, okay, okay.
He's a
Oh,
Marine.
that's right, he's a Marine.
I'm
so
gonna
he's
challenge
been
him to
there.
a run down there, but
Oh, well, no. Okay,
Three-way
then we-
race.
Yeah, Sam.
Get in it too, Joe,
Yeah.
if you want.
Oliver.
Councilman Shine?
Let me get Sam and then we'll come to you.
I just want to add my accolades to my distinguished constituents from District G, Ms. Sarpy, Ms. Hardy, Ms. Pelton, and Arthur Anderson. I tell you, you make a councilman happy to hear all these wonderful things that are being said about you, not only for our district, but for the entire city. So I just did not want to be remiss and not acknowledge you myself as your representative on the council. And while we're talking about history, I don't want to leave out my good friend, I think there's Donald Twin Washington back there. That was a young man, stand up so they could see you. That's a young man did a lot of marching and walking, and you know, you always had to have foot soldiers back in the civil rights movement.
And he was a great foot soldier.
Absolutely. So we certainly want to recognize him and glad to see him down with us today also. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that kind of, Mayor, that kind of sound like a campaign pitch to me.
All
Okay,
of
go ahead on, Rose. I take that
Councilman
back.
Shine,
I take that back. I take that back.
Councilman Shine, I
Yes.
just wanted to let the council know that as a representative on Milam Street, I had an opportunity to actually attend and participate on this momentous occasion. I want to express my gratitude toward you all, although I was a very small child during C.O. Simpkins' era. But I heard a lot about him, and of course, I had the opportunity to actually campaign with him while we were together on the campaign trail. But it was an honor for me to be able to participate and take part in such a momentous occasion.
Now, Mr. Mayor, at
Yes,
this
sir.
point, I'm going to ask you
Sure.
to, yes, did we vote?
While the rules are suspended, we've been notified by the city attorney that the mayor needs to sign Resolution 123 today, and if we could take that up so that Lynette could prepare the necessary paperwork, it would be helpful
Okay,
to
what's the
us.
pleasure of the council?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilwoman Rose
Second.
McCullough, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins for Resolution 123. All in favor, vote yes. Opposed is no.
Yeah.
This piece of legislation passes with a 7-0
Is this
vote.
resolution 123?
Yeah.
Might be some discussion.
123.
123.
Okay, I'm sorry, somebody,
Okay, hold on, okay.
any discussion then?
Okay, let me just ask. So, just so we're clear, this is one introduced last time, right?
That's correct.
And basically,
Would you like for me to read it into the
Nope.
record?
I mean, it's probably best if you do so, just for,
Yeah,
123, declaring the intention of the city of Shreveport to proceed with the issuance of not to exceed $75 million water and sewer bonds in one or more series for the purpose of financing the cost of acquisition and construction of improvements, extensions, and replacements to the water and sewer utility system of the city, making application to the Louisiana State Bond Commission for approval of such bonds and otherwise providing with respect thereto.
okay?
any more questions? If not, I believe this piece of legislation passes with a 7-0 vote. Now, Mr. Mayor, I believe you have some city employees in here who,
Mr. Chairman?
yes.
We want to make sure that we spend the appropriate amount of time on that. I have one additional brief piece of business I'd like to get out of the way before we get to that, if you
Okay.
don't mind.
About how we got off.
If I could have your indulgence.
You got it.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
At this point, I want to ask that Charlotte and Janice please come forward. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, contingent upon you all's approval, these are the ladies who will be leading up the effort that council just voted on, as well as the second bond sale and any other potential business that may need to be handled. One of the things that has been considered in approaching this aspect of what we have before us is the opportunity to be able to bring on a team of underwriters in line with some of the discussions I've had with Councilman Oliver Jenkins and some other members of the council. A previous process was strictly bid in terms of how we sold the bonds. This particular scenario that we want to have as an option would be a negotiated process. With that, it entails bringing on a team of underwriters. We set out solicitation for that group of folks to be assembled and to have for the council's consideration. We have them here today for introduction to the council. So with that, I want to turn it over to Charlotte so that she can bring them up and make the appropriate introductions at this point in time so that we can get this out of the way, allow them to be able to move on, and then we can focus the time that's needed on our city employees.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the City Council. As the mayor has said, we have assembled a team to process your bonds, your water and sewer, your general obligation, and two potential refundings for both general obligation and water and sewer. And I would like the members of the teams to stand as I call their names. Wells Fargo Securities, Loop Capital Markets, First Southwest.
Go ahead and come forward.
Yeah, come on up.
Southwest Securities, Sieber Branford Shanks, JP Morgan Securities, Stevens, Raymond James, Stern AG, IFF Securities, and Cruz and Associates. There are 4 projects, 2 very specific projects that we will move forward with immediately, and we want to start exploring the refundings immediately. So there will be 4 teams, and these people, women and gentlemen, represent the members of those teams. To my knowledge, as vetted, all of these teams have local Louisiana participation in terms of bankers that are working in the area, as well as bankers who are here from different parts of the country. We have assembled a team that offers national exposure, regional exposure, and minority participation. So these are the members of the team.
Could we, since they're going to be dealing with all our money, and you know,
Yes, sir.
that's all we got. Could you just let each one come by and tell us their names, please?
Sure. I'd like to add, we sent out 14 proposals. We had responses from 11, and each of the 11 are placed on a team. We were able to accommodate all of the responses. We got an excellent pool to deal from, and so we've addressed everyone who was interested in doing business with us without diluting the individual teams.
Starting with you, since this is televised, and
Yes, sir.
we have a lot of people who be watching, and we like to try to be transparent, could you just give us, each one of y'all just give us your name, and it goes out in TV land, and we'll know.
Yes, we'll let them introduce ourselves, yes, sir.
Okay, right.
All right, we'll step to the side, and we'll start on this end, please.
And to the mic till we get on the record.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be here. My name is Craig Walker. I'm with IFS Securities. We are the largest minority investment bank headquartered in the South. We're headquartered in Atlanta. We have over 32 offices in 19 states, and we look forward to working hard for the city and selling your bonds at the lowest possible interest rate.
Thank you very much. Your fire chief is from Shreveport. Cedric Raisden.
My name is Thomas O'Brien. I'm with Raymond James. We are headquartered in St. Petersburg, Florida. Our bankers are in New Orleans, Louisiana, and we have a strong local presence here with 30-some-odd employees over in the American Tower working for Raymond James.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, David Schoaf with Southwest Securities. We're a broker-dealer investment banking firm based out of Dallas, Texas. Approximately 1,300 employees based all over the southeast and southwest United States.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Fred Prime. I'm from Loop Capital Markets. We are headquartered in Chicago. We've worked in Louisiana for over 15 years and have worked with the city of Shreveport in the past. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
My name is Larry Gropel. I'm with Wells Fargo Securities. I'm a substitute today for Mr. Lawrence Richardson, who was unable to be here. Wells Fargo, of course, is a well-known name nationally. We have about 275,000 employees. More importantly for you, we have 99 brokers who form the hub of our retail and professional distribution network here in Louisiana. We're committed to the best possible deal for the city of Shreveport.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. Aaron Fletcher on behalf of Stern Agee. We're one of the oldest and largest privately held investment banking firms based in Birmingham, Alabama. I'm out of our Dallas Public Finance office. However, the firm does have 20 employees in a Baton Rouge and New Orleans office that does asset management. This is our first time to participate with the city of Shreveport, and we're very excited for the opportunity.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chanel Holman. I'm with Sieber Branford Shank, and we're the largest minority woman-owned business and have been that in the municipal space since 1998. And it's just a great opportunity. And on a personal note, this is a privilege to have the chance to honor my Louisiana roots. And we've done over $8 billion in bonds for the state of Louisiana. So thank you.
All right, next, please.
Wow.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug Hartman with JP Morgan. I'm based in Dallas. JP Morgan is about 300,000 employees worldwide and a large presence in the state of Louisiana. My partner, Don Wilbon.
And you all got a very important shareholder right here, Michael Carver.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Wilbon. I am also with JP Morgan and have had the pleasure of working in the state for over 11 years now and look very much forward to working on your bond issuance coming up in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Charlie Sides with Stevens Incorporated. We're based out of Little Rock, Arkansas. We have offices in Louisiana here in Shreveport, and in our public finance office is located in Baton Rouge, which I run. We've had a long history of underwriting Shreveport bonds over 4 decades, and I look forward to working with you guys again. Very honored to have the opportunity again. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I believe we got an excellent team here.
I would like to introduce, for this particular set of transactions, your Disclosure Council, which is now part of a team based on the new MSRB SEC rules requiring 5-year look-backs, and the firm of Hardwick Law Firm and their representatives are here as well. Mr. Hardwick, continue.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members. Herb Hardwick, founder of the Hardwick Law Firm. We're a minority-owned and woman-owned firm based in Missouri. We've been in business for 25 years. We're a premier firm in this area. We do work in the Midwest and along the East Coast as well. And I have with me my colleague, Mr. Anthony Johnson, who is based in Monroe, Louisiana.
Good afternoon. My name is Anthony Johnson, and as you indicated, I'm from Monroe, Louisiana, which is where I was born. I did all of my elementary, middle school, high school education in Monroe. I received my bachelor's degree in business administration from ULM, as it is known now, in 1975. After that, I went to law school at LSU, and I graduated from there in 1978, and I was admitted in 1978. I was also admitted to the state of New York in 1985.
Oh, it's good to have you. Did you go to Carroll? Was that Carroll High School?
Carroll Junior High School, and then when the integration took place, I was zoned to Wasserman High School.
All right.
I'm that old.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I believe we got a very successful team, and you all have done a good job in assembling this.
Thank you. We believe this team represents the best of all the teams that you could put together in terms of your national, your local and regional, and your minority and women participation. You've covered the gamut. As we were suggested that we make sure that everybody that could be involved would be involved.
Just before you go, any questions from the council?
I got just a couple quick ones, Rick. So on this new 5-year look back, and that's obviously relatively recent, right? And that's something that I believe our Secretary of State in the last month or two has made some new policies for the state of Louisiana. Have y'all looked into that at all?
We're just starting to take a look at it.
Okay. I mean, the one reason is I asked Charles to look at it, and I don't know if it's retroactive of some of our previous issuances or any issuances going forward. So I just happen to know it's relatively new, so I'd appreciate y'all taking a close look. And I don't know if it's particular to Louisiana or not. But that's mandated by the federal government, right? And then the
Yes, sir. It is a mandatory 5-year look back for all issuers going forward. I think it was effective either March or April. And the reason the law was enacted because certain issuers, to remain nameless, would issue their debt and would say that they had disclosed certain items that they hadn't. So in order to protect the investing public, we now have to do a 5-year look back, and any misstatement, whether by accident or intentional, has to be stated in the disclosure process and has to be deemed either relevant or material or non-material. So for instance, if you were 3 days late filing a CAFR, that's not a material event, but it still has to be disclosed in the disclosure document. So it has to be done on every issue that you do going forward. And as you probably understand, anytime there's new federal regulation, it costs money. So you now have to hire another whole level of counsel.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And then, is there, and Sharika, I know, sent us an email, but is there a breakout in each one of the different issuances of how much each company or representative is going to take of the total?
There will be, sir. We have not negotiated that yet.
Okay.
But generally, there's a senior and a co-senior, and then there's a co-manager or other co-managers. And what we have decided is that that there will be a group net process, which means that everybody that participates will be paid their liability, but it also means that everybody that participates, if we hit market when market is not doing so well, will take their liability. Everybody has to stand to take their liability like they stand to make their share of the takedown.
Okay, and then, since it's 4 separate issues, I guess, I mean,
Yes, sir.
right? 2 refundings and 2 issuances, right?
Yes, and the refundings are very much dependent on the market, and we are going with great haste to move as quickly as we can to bond commission so we can get permission to do that. And meanwhile, what we will do is put those teams in place to start working on those refundings. So when bond commission allows us to do so, we'll be able to pull the trigger if the market is in our favor.
And of the, understand you did some kind of a public process to 14 people, groups, and said, hey, are you interested in participating? 11 said yes. And then the 11, did they choose on which particular issuance or refunding, or y'all, who's making that determination? Are you still negotiating that at this point?
No, we made that determination based on what we were looking for, their areas of expertise, whether they brought distribution, and so we made the assignments based on the particular strength of the firm.
And then in terms of the breakout between whether predominantly retail or institutional markets, did that matter one way or another, whether it was a refunding or
It won't matter whether it's a refunding or not, but we have put together teams that can address those segments of the market.
Any more questions? If not, Mr. Mayor, I believe we're all satisfied at this point.
Yes, sir. And once again, we would like to thank members of the City Council and of staff and administration for allowing us as a group to participate in your upcoming finances. And as your municipal advisor, I will keep all of these people behind me in check.
All right, Coach.
They know. They've worked with me before.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you much.
Kiss the flags now. See, no oversight on that.
Thank you much. Appreciate it. Take care. Safe travel. Thank you.
Mayor, I would say that I love you for doing this, but I don't want Rose to get the wrong impression.
Yeah, but I mean, the fees are all.
Close my ears.
We know we're both secure.
Yeah, okay.
In our orientation, Mr. Shine, so
All right.
won't be misunderstood. Let's take it
There
anyway.
you go.
That you can't
All right,
put some.
now, Mayor, why don't we get to that other business?
I needed a
Now,
list.
I'm gonna turn it over to you if you want the union rep to come up first. We would do that. And did we get that other little information that Dale that we asked for the printout on, what this is gonna cost the city?
What we did two things. One, we sent it to all you guys electronically, and you
Okay.
probably can go back and look at it, but we also have hard copies. And once we get into it, if we can get some assistance from Ms. White, we can put them on the overhead and project them
Okay,
up.
bring me a hard copy.
Mr. Shine,
Yes,
I want us to start, Charles Madden, you can come up for it at this point in time. One of the things I just want us to start off with, Mr. Shine, is just the dissemination of good, accurate, consistent information. So we're going to start with Charles, and then we're going to transition to Ms. Johnson and to Mr. Savannah. And then I know we also have some specific representatives of departments that may want to make some comments as well. But
Sure.
But we want to start with Charles. Are you prepared to put that up on display? Do we need staff on the
Yeah, if we can
overhead?
get Jackie, if we can get Ms. White Art to help us out.
The chances of at least 50%.
One of the things, Mr. Shine, the council members, that has been sent back and forth was and we may need to dim the lights as well, so folks can see that a little bit better, and maybe also magnify it a little bit possibly. But we can obviously provide this to the council as well with hard copies and make them available to our.
Do you have enough hard copies over there for, council members, would you like to have one, or can you see that? Or would you like to have a hard copy?
Well,
This is going to come up on the screen?
We'll get some down in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
But
Please.
it's not on the email, though, I guess.
This is
There we go.
different than the
Hard
email
copy's going to be
spreadsheet.
pretty good.
Yes, this is a separate slide.
Okay.
We first of all wanted to get an answer to a good, accurate, consistent answer to the question of the history of pay raises for city employees.
Right.
It has been put out that there's been as far back as 9 years. Some folks say longer than that. Others say, 5 years or what have you. But want to give Charles the opportunity to be able to basically give you all a recap of what the pay raise situation has been, what that history has been for the city of Shreveport. And I think, Mr. Chairman, Charles may have gone back as far back as your high school years, when you first came down here as a young city council member.
Right.
And so with that, Charles, we're going to turn over to you and let you basically detail that information for the council and for the public.
Okay, this was prepared by my secretary over the years, and I can verify all the information going back to 1998, because I've got my stubs going back to then to verify it. But this shows, starting in 1980, what raises have been given to city employees. The first column where it says merit, that is the percent of the merit increase that was given that year. And the second column is if there weren't merit increases or there was a COLA increase given that year, that's the percent of the COLA increase that was given. And the third column, there is lump sum amounts that were paid out at various times over the years. Some of them were given, well, as a lump sum, some of them were divided up between each paycheck. So the employee didn't get them all at one time, but they got them spread out over the whole year. So this lists all the pay increases that have been given to city employees since 1980. And you'll see, like in 1996, where it says raises based on a new pay plan. That year, it varied on what job the person had, what increase they got, because they went out and did a market study.
Like the different
And-
jobs were reclassified or something, or restructured or something?
Right, in other words, they looked at what does this person earn in the private industry or at other cities, and they came back, sort of moved our pay, put our pay in line with jobs, corresponding jobs. So someone may have gotten a 1% raise, someone may have gotten a 5% raise that year. They were different amounts. It was based on the job, not a citywide rate.
And Charles, that's part of the wage survey that HR periodically does,
Yes.
is that correct?
Yeah, there's been 3 of them done. Let's see. 2008, 96, and then 91.
Must have been if inflation was, maybe inflation was high. Anybody have any questions for Charles?
I want to be certain I understood what you said. Looking at 2008, the 4% merit, that was not 4% across the board to everyone. It was,
Everyone who met expectations that year got a 4% raise. If you had a below expectations and you're on your yearly evaluation, you did not get a raise. But if you had a meets or exceeds, you got 4%.
so it's 4%.
That would be the definition of a merit raise.
Yes.
So it's 4% or nothing. Wasn't like
That's
some
correct.
people got 3 or 2% or something like
No,
that?
everyone got, if you met, you got 4%.
But there's a pay adjustment at the same time to rebalance the wages relative to, that's what the pay adjustment per pay study also is relative.
So I want to make sure I understand then. You have the 4% merit if you met the expectations. Now, the pay adjustment per pay study,
Some
resulted-
people may have gotten raises, some people may not have gotten raises. That depended on the position you were in. That's correct.
Then in 2009 was the $1,000.
Right.
Got it as a lump sum, but that's what we refer to as a $1,000 one-time bonus type.
Correct. And that was only for classified employees.
Jackie?
The only other two was in
Get that
11
right.
and in 12, there were 2% COLAs.
That's correct.
Is the COLA, is that considered, that's not really considered a pay increase. I mean, in other words,
To me.
is there a difference between the cost of living adjustment and an actual pay increase?
With a merit increase, with our pay, way our pay system works, there are, I think, 26 or 27 levels. And each one of them levels, there are 12 steps. Those steps are 4% apart. So when you get a merit increase, you move up a step, which is a 4% increase. With a COLA, we increase each one of those steps 2%. So yes, it is a continual, an increase that you continue to get every year.
Yeah, but what he's asking is, in your paycheck, is there any difference than 2% raises or 4% raise?
No.
And it's not an ongoing every year 2%.
No.
It's just for that 1 year.
Yes, that's correct. You got 2% that year, but then, you kept that 2% each year. I mean, you don't give it, it's not 2% that year, then you go back. It is a continual.
Yes, 2% that year, and that 2% stays on.
Yes.
It's not each year another 2%.
No.
Okay, now, when we're talking about the steps, is that throughout the entire operation, the step increase? In other words, if for public works, if you're looking into solid waste, are there step increases on their salaries?
Yes.
Well, when do those go into play? When exactly, say for instance, if you're working 1 year, I guess the better way to ask the question is, how many years are there between each step? Is it based on the number of years you work, or how is that based?
You have, Mr. Jenkins, what's been passed out to you now is a specific chart that you guys asked for related to the solid waste division. If you look at that, it actually has the pay scale that outlines the steps that Charles is talking about. If you look at that, it gives you an idea of the separation between those steps. I think Ms. White is handing those out to you now.
Okay.
That may help you kind of look at it and see it.
Yeah, basically, if merit increases are budgeted in the budget, then when they do when you get your evaluation, if you meet expectations, then you move to the next step. If the merit increases are not budgeted, then when you get your evaluation, you just stay where you, on the level that the step that you're on.
And so because we've not had merit increases budgeted since 2008.
Correct.
then there's been no movement since 2008, with the exception of the 2 years that there was a COLA adjustment.
That's correct. Everyone is still on the same step that they were in 2008.
Steps are in place, but they haven't been funded.
Correct.
That's another way of looking at it. Okay.
And I think the mayor can tell you why they haven't been funded. You want to know that.
Okay, well, let me ask one other question.
Dale hadn't been to the bank.
When we have the 2%, when we do 2% COLA or 4% merit, what have we done about civil service employees in that, during that period? Because obviously, not obviously, but by statute, fire department does get a 2% longevity every year, okay? And it has been our, I'll say, process that we've matched police department with that. But on the years when it says 2% COLA, do they get a 2% COLA on above and beyond their longevity?
No.
Okay? In years where it said 4% merit, did they get a 4% above and beyond the 2%, or did they just get 2%?
I believe they got the 4% above and beyond the 2%. But I don't do fire and police's payroll, so I...
Okay, I mean, do y'all know, and particularly on the police department side,
We'd love
because...
to bring the human resource folks up to answer that one specifically. We may have to get that answer back to
Yeah,
you.
and I'm just curious, because obviously I think it's certainly material in this discussion.
Let's ask Ms. Gaston, she's here from HR, she can explain it. The question is basically because generally we track the civil service increases different from the classified increases.
I understand, but you understand,
And we're not
Michael,
sure
why
how it
my
worked on the
nature
old
of my
merit
question.
plan. Lisa,
Sure.
can you speak to that, please? Basically whether or not the civil service guys also got the merit increase.
Police, because you don't have to give them.
And the chief and the fire and the police guys may be able to speak to that as well.
To my knowledge, the increase that the civil service receive is not combined with the merit increase that the classified employees receive. Because the classified employees receive the merit pay that was based on their evaluations, and the civil service employees do not get those yearly evaluations that the classified employees receive.
That was our assumption, but we wanted to make sure we yield to the subject matter expert.
Dwayne, the question is whether or not the civil service members, in addition to the 2% longevity, also got the 4% merit.
My guess is they probably
when the city was
budgeted
giving
another
merit pay.
2%, so they got 4%, the same as how we got them.
I mean, I don't know that, but I would assume
Yeah.
it.
On the 2%, did we get a merit raise on top of it? No. In some years, if the city, all city employees got 4% one year. If the police department and fire department got 2, they gave us 2 more to match what the rest of the city got.
That's what we were at, that's what I was.
That's what's happened over the long as I can remember.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks, Lisa. But stay close.
So the mandated 2% longevity always happens if there's a citywide race. Above that, they only get the difference.
That's what he suggested, yeah. Okay.
And just to further clarify, when it's targeted to classified only, that does not include the civil service for the most part.
That's correct.
Okay, any more questions at this point?
Well, I mean, we've seen what has happened, which is good to know. I guess the other question is what can happen going forward. We've had the 2% COLAs. You had the lump sum in 2009, your 4% in 2008. I guess the question that's going to be on everybody's mind is what could possibly happen, or what other possibilities going forward.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if we can continue to walk through the slides in terms of presenting, and since we have Ms. Gaston from HR, perhaps going to Councilman Shonad specifically about operators collectives, but we have another slide because the question was how much is the percent for the various groupings of the city. And if you look at that slide that says employee salary and pay increase information, it outlines by percent how much it costs to do civil service employees, the classified employees only, the full city employment base, as well as that last column there's that group that's between department heads and the classified system, but they are unclassified. So it's divided up into those 4 groups that covers every employee in the city. You can look there and see by percent what it would cost. We also note the second column below it, which talks about the benefits that are added on that have to be accounted for. If you notice there also, it indicates a 13.15% for pension benefits. If the proposal comes from the pension board to the council and the council passes that proposal, that number will go up, depending on what the council decides there. So to get a total picture, you really have to combine those columns, excuse me, not combine those columns, but the second column includes those benefits added in. Beneath that are the number of employees, so if you want to talk about a particular bonus for any particular group, you can simply multiply it out by the number of employees in that group, and that'll give you an idea of what that costs. Basically, a $1,000 bonus for the classified system is right at about 1,200 employees, and you just multiply that $1.2 million.
Before we get to full discussion on that, I'm gonna ask that we go ahead and get that up on the overhead as well. Do we have that to be able to go up? We only just,
You're talking about the Excel spreadsheet, right?
correct. All right, and also, I think it's relevant before we proceed, though, in line with the question that was just asked by Councilman Sam Jenkins, for us to make sure that we understand exactly what happened in 2008, 2009. As you look at this sheet, you see the shift.
Mr. Mayor, just hold that 1 minute. We got Craig B. Lee and Reverend Linus Mays. That where are they sitting? People who are going to speak and have a direct interest in this. And I believe we got city employees in the back.
Oh, we've got city employees throughout the chamber.
But I mean, what I'd like for you all to do is to come up forward, and man, I think what this would do will try to clear some of this up, because and I'm sorry, Marvin Muhammad, all of you all who are interested in the city pay increase, would you all come up forward so you can be where, and may I guess because I'm an old school teacher, and Dale understands what I'm saying. I like to move people up front who have an interest. If I'm teaching, don't sit in the back. Come up front, especially. All right, where's Craig B. Lee? I haven't seen.
He's off to your left over there, Mr. Sean.
Okay, Craig, would you mind coming? And where's Reverend Mays?
He hasn't made it yet.
Okay, does he have a proxy? If not, okay then. He doesn't have a proxy. Okay. Man, I'm sorry, because they're going to be coming up in a few minutes and punching at you, and if they do, I want them to know what they're hitting here. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Shine. Right. As I was referencing, if you go back and look at that, the list that details the pay raise history going back to 1980, you will notice that it was in 2008 that ceased to be funded. And I think the relevant question is, why is that? Why was that a decision that was made collectively between the administration, ultimately adopted by the previous council, and what has been carried forward by this council every year since then? And that is, you have to remember what happened in terms of the Shreveport economy, what happened in terms of the Louisiana economy, what happened in terms of the national economy and the worldwide economy. We were close to falling into the abyss from a fiscal standpoint. We ended up actually experiencing the worst recession in the country since the Great Depression. And we ended up being faced with some hard fiscal decisions, which mainly revolved around, do we lay off employees and do we cut back services? Both of those were considerations that we did not want to entertain, but they were certainly things that were placed before us for consideration. In conjunction with that, there was also some strong suggestion that there were some things that we needed to privatize or spin off or otherwise shut down and cease to do as the city of Shreveport. And so we factored all of those various considerations in. We ended up doing a considerable amount of cutting, but we did not do any layoffs, and we did not do any significant curbing of services, we ultimately ended up trying to figure out how to do more with less. And again, we've had the discussion about the various positions that we have not filled, positions that have gone and been done away with simply through attrition and what have you, and it brings us to where we are today. Part of the other things that have been done is that you had employees that in 2007 and 2008 that had car allowances that don't have those car allowances now, and have not had them since then. There have been other considerations that have been dealt with in a similar fashion. We went from running our own swimming pools to contracting with the Rock Solid Foundation to run and manage those swimming pools. So there are things that were done in recognition of a diminishing revenue stream, but still a constant level of demand for services to be provided here in the city of Shreveport. And one of the ways in which we managed to balance all of that and keep a respectable number within the city's reserve fund was to not fund these pay raises. So, and that's what brings us to where we are today. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it back over to Dale as we have walked you through what's before here. I don't know if there's any way in which what's up on the screen now can be magnified at all. I'll also request that we go ahead and have staff print out at least 50 to 100 copies so we can hand these out to the employees and members of the press and other folks who are from the public who are here with us today, so they can see this information, because it's straining my eyes to be able to do so.
Please do, man.
And at whatever point, Mr. Shine, you want us to address the questions that you had yesterday that was specific to solid waste, we will do that.
Mr. Mayor, do this for us. Would you address, where's Ms. Johnson?
We have Ms. Johnson and Mr. Savannah on the second row.
What, Mr. Savannah? Yeah, okay.
You all want to come forward?
Why don't you all come forward, the two of you all? And Mr. Mayor, why don't you address specifically solid waste? I believe you all are here representing, I believe right now, solid waste.
I think they're here representing, they represent all of the employees.
They represent all departments within the collective
Wait a minute, I want to ask them who they represent.
That's why our intentions were to ask them to come forward first.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I want them.
And then anyone who would speak specifically for solid waste or for customer service.
Right.
So we start with the broad, narrow down to the specific.
That's why I want them to come forward, so there won't be no guesswork in it.
Good evening, everybody.
Okay.
We're actually here representing all classified city employees
Okay.
in every department.
All right.
We're here, as I stated on yesterday, we're in desperate, dire need of a pay raise.
Okay.
And we're asking you all to help us find the money somewhere, wherever it may be, to get these employees a pay raise. Sanitation has pay raise issues, broke down equipment issues, and long work hours. And we're trying to address those to see if we can get some kind of accommodation for them.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, any council members, did y'all hear? Did y'all hear their remarks?
I heard them, but I'm a little confused on the processing.
Okay.
Because I don't understand if they represent everybody while there is anybody else here but them. And if they don't represent everybody, then I have a little trouble validating their existence to begin with. So that's my overarching issue. And then once again, if I take it a step back and say, my next problem is, they say they're representing everybody, but they've only mentioned the issues for one particular department. So if you were representing everybody and I was not mentioned and I worked in, I'll say, water and sewer, I certainly don't feel you brought any of my grievances to a public forum. So I'm not exactly sure what their role is in this, but that's my issue. I also think that certainly the media out there suggested that there are a lot of members of the city that didn't even know they existed. I'm not sure where we find ourselves today, and I wasn't here yesterday, so admittedly, I may have some catching up to do at this point.
Councilman Sean.
Yes. Yes.
Also on that note, Councilman Oliver, my greatest involvement in this matter is based on, as I explained on yesterday, that it was in 2010 when I actually started meeting with solid waste. I mean, they initiated the phone calls, they initiated the meetings, and so it's not like I have a respecter of persons in this matter, but along with Councilman Jenkins, what he's saying is that it appears as if those solid waste has been the only concerned department at this time. And I understood from you, well, I understood from the union that to focus on one department would, it would take away the sole purpose of the union. What I wanted to share with you is that I'm not taking sides with any department, but I just wanted to share that it's been this one department that have been meeting and talking with me, and I've been bringing back to this council what's been shared in those meetings since 2010, up to date. So, I don't have a problem with an across-the-board raise, but along with what Councilman Jenkins has expressed, it appears as if though it's only been this department that have expressed an interest in any kind of raise.
Actually, this department was the only one that basically have touched bases with you all.
Right.
There have been water and sewage due to the sick out. That's what started the whole incident. Sanitation, the water department. Some of those employees, they get off work at 4:30, they headed down here. So there's finance. You have streets and drainage. So all of those departments, they get off at different times.
But I don't want them to think that I would be against the other departments getting a raise because, as the mayor has expressed, if you give one, all those solid waste, it's a dirty job. But you got people that are down in holes working in sewage, and that's a dirty job as well. I don't have a problem with an across-the-board raise, but I wanted to bring to this council, before this council today, and before you representing the union, the reason why this issue is coming before us today is due to the efforts of solid waste. And so that's where I stand.
All the other members of the union, they bring the issues to the union office.
Okay. All right.
Can I say this?
Yeah.
Before, Mr.
Okay.
I think it's appropriate at this point, and that is the issue of pay raises and equipment issues and work conditions and what have you is a constant issue. Sure. That comes before me as the mayor, Dale as CEO, you all as council members on a constant, everyday basis. And it especially becomes concentrated every year around budgeting time. We end up having those encounters, those conversations. In fact, I think it's appropriate to say that we need to express thanks and appreciation for those workers, specifically within the solid waste division and within customer service, who continue to go to work. Because whether we're here today talking about this under these circumstances, this is what gets the headlines and gets the newspaper and the lead stories and the news, but we end up still being confronted. You walk through this building, you end up out in one of the parks or recreational facilities, anywhere else, where you're coming across city workers, Ms. Shine, council members, you end up with a worker saying, well now, I appreciate you coming, this, that, and the other, we've taken care of this business, what have you, but can you please get us a raise at some point? Can you get us some better equipment and what have you?
You can meet them at Brookshire's.
In the Brookshire's and the Walmart, at the farmer's market, wherever you may find it, in church, and what have you. And so I don't think that it would be fair to characterize this as an issue that has come to the attention of the city administration or this council just strictly based upon what's happened. What's happened has diminished and hampered our abilities to be able to effectively deliver service. And it's only because we have city workers who remain consistent and committed to serving the citizens of the city of Shreveport that we were able to carry those services forward. But these are issues that are not new. They have become more chronic and a more bigger challenge since 2008, 2009.
All right, Jeff.
Well, I just wanted to ask, I think we're probably, the way I see this going, it looks like we're going to be spending the bulk of the time talking about the potential of raises and how we can look for and identify that. And I think that's due a lot of discussion, but I don't want to overlook the other things that were mentioned, so I just want to ask specifically, because I haven't heard as much in terms of specifics on the equipment or the hours. I know there's grievances about those things, but and I know that I've heard individually from members of different departments, but I have not heard if there is sort of a standard request or something that has been prioritized as the type of equipment that would be most helpful, or has there been some discussion behind that? And then also, I guess I've heard individually some differences of opinion about the hours. I suppose some people like overtime hours, some people don't. There's a little bit of a difference of opinion there, so I just was curious if there was sort of a standard demand on those, or if that's still sort of in discussion.
If they would like to speak on their hours and equipment, they can, they can do
Well,
that.
I'm
if they
sorry.
would like to.
I'm one of them guys who talk loud and talk soft. When my wife talking to me, she have to get right up on me. Cause she talks soft, and I can't, I talk a little bit into the microphone.
I apologize for not speaking up, but they can actually relate to you on the hours and the, of their equipment, because they deal with them on a day-to-day basis.
All right, do we have a worker or two that want to come up and speak?
Mr. Burr?
Sure.
Okay.
Excuse me there, brother. My name is Jerry Green, and I've been with the Solid Waste Department for right at 15 years. And as for equipment and hours of operation, our hours are set from 6:45 to 7 o'clock. In the past, it's been whenever the job is done. That was our standard, because we've always been undermanned and under-equipped to do the job that we do. We take it to the limit every day.
Now, you're in solid waste?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I've been there, like I said, about 15 years. So everything that's being said here today, I know firsthand. I know how long it's been since there's been a raise in the department. I know how long it's been since we had adequate equipment. I know how long it's been since we had adequate employment in the department. Now, what our issues are is, we're not asking for anything that's not reachable. We just want to be competitive, compatible. We need people that want to stay. If you want to keep employees, you got to pay these people, to do the job that we do. Because believe it or not, my job is not easy. Everybody can't do my job, And it's going to take a special kind of person to want to go through what I've been through for the last 14, 15 years. It's simple.
Let me ask you this. Since Mr. Harris is getting ready to bring his budget to us, when you say equipment, could you identify some equipment that you all need that you don't have, or you don't have enough of?
All right, that's real simple.
Okay.
We need trucks. We need adequate trucks. And the ones we have.
Let me ask you this. Okay, the new trucks, Mr. Mayor, when did we get those trucks?
2010.
Now, are those trucks adequate, or they're not adequate?
Well, from my point of view, from what we do, the equipment is not adequate because of what we do.
Wait a minute, and look, what I want you to do now, I want you to identify, that's just like when I was, Ursula, you remember when you was teaching and somebody said these students been messing up. Well, was it Jane White, or was it Joe Bennett, or was it Cedric Glover, or was it Joe Shine?
Oh, no,
so I don't want you to just say equipment. Okay. I want you to say the knuckle boomer. Mr. Harris, am I pronouncing that right?
Knuckle boom.
What is
knuckle
it?
boom.
Knuckle boom.
He's making specific reference to garbage packers, compactors.
Okay, that's what
do the collecting.
That's what I want to know. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to read between lines. When I go to the man and say, look, we got to get those people some equipment. Right. He said, well, Joe, what equipment? I said, well, they said they needed equipment. I want to be able to say garbage packers.
Right.
All right. That's
what I operate as a garbage packer. And Now, with the equipment that we got, it's, we have the CNG trucks and we also have the diesel trucks.
Right.
Okay, the equipment that we have, my job is demanding. See, I have.
You mean the trucks that you have?
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Now, let's get off equipment. Let's specify what you're talking about, because you have a lot of equipment.
Right.
So the trucks that you have.
Right.
Are not
capable
or adequate.
For what I do.
All right.
See, what I do is.
Can I also offer, when it comes to solid waste, in reference to equipment, primarily equipment are garbage compactors.
Okay, that's
Now,
all
when
right.
when you get to streets and drainage and what have you.
Yeah, I know. You
may
got-
have
okay, you got-
mowers
all
and
right.
weed eaters and what have you.
All right.
You have a diversity of equipment.
All
But
right,
in terms
that's
of
what-
solid waste, it's primarily garbage compactors.
That's what we want to know, and that's what I want the people on the council to know, that you're talking about garbage packers.
Right, we're
All
talking
right.
about garbage packers.
All right.
CNG packers and diesel packers.
There you go.
All right,
There
that's
you
what I operate.
All right.
And the job that I do, I'm required to pick up certain items at
Right.
certain times. Be it a couch,
Right.
television,
Right.
grandpa's old recliner,
That's right.
a bed that broke and the rails that go with it.
Right.
All of this goes into my packer, which is not equipped to handle.
Okay.
And what that does is over a short period of time, this equipment gonna start leaking. It's gonna start breaking down because it's being overworked.
There you go.
Just as I am.
All right.
You know, it's simple
Right. That's,
and basic.
all right, hold on just 1 minute. All right.
Okay, so, I just want to see it from our perspective, okay? What we, in our minds, have done over the last year, we have reduced the workload on you ostensibly based on information by virtue of getting out of the Bossier contract. We thought, and this is what we've been told, and I really appreciate a straightforward answer to this. Have your hours not improved since we have stopped the Bossier contract?
No.
Okay, and, once again, we're just 7 people up here, but we assume that since there's less work to be done, there would be less hours of labor. Now, you may have had a reduction of employees over the same period of time. And so, that's the answer?
And trucks.
And trucks.
And
Operable trucks. Operable trucks.
Okay, so now the trucks have either worn out or something over
Exactly.
time. Okay. And second of all, we implemented a procedure to accommodate for not having to put couches, beds, whatever, into these vehicles so that your equipment can last longer, improve, essentially, yes, it's not improving your equipment, but it's allowing your equipment to perform better or what have you. So I know the rollout of that program didn't go as well as we had all hoped. I think we can all agree that it could have gone better. But I mean, we've clearly, at least in my mind, tried to make adjustments for the 2 things that you brought in front of us. Now, what I need personally is some suggestion of, hey, well, the plan that you guys have in place isn't working because of the following, we need to change the plan, or, is there a procedure out there to fill the gaps of these employees that we've lost, and does that gap still exist? We still have it budgeted for more employees, it's a matter of getting qualified employees to fill those roles. But that's kind of where the level of discussion for me needs to be at this point, because we're in the middle of, we're not really in budget season yet, but we're going to have a chance to implement something.
That's right.
And so that's what we think we've done something to improve your problems, and for some reason it isn't working. And I guess that's where we need to focus the discussion for me at this point in the council.
Okay, I can address that. Yes, well, the plan that you put in effect is not working for 2 simple facts that I've noticed personally on a personal level from going to work every day.
Sure.
Okay, now, bringing the trucks from Bossier was supposed to reduce our hours and take the load off of us. That's what we were supposed to do.
That's true.
That's what we all hoped it would do.
That's what, yeah, we did
That's
too.
what we were told.
I know I did, because I love going home early. But it didn't happen that way. What happened when they came out of Bossier was the equipment that they brought out of Bossier was the same beat-up equipment we got here in Shreveport. It's overworked. It was really overworked in Bossier because they took everything. I mean, everything. If you throw a house on the streets in Bossier, when them trucks was in Bossier, you took the whole house. Simple as that. I'm not talking knuckle boom, I'm talking about human boom.
All right, I got you.
That's who took it. And you put that in a Packer. And that's why the Packers were wore out. Half of the trucks that came out of Bossier sitting on the yard right now in the dinosaur pile. Leaking, hydraulics, bent cylinders, engine shot. You know, it's a joke. And then you got people that been doing the job, they're angry because they was thinking our workload was gonna be lighter, and they was thinking that, you know, we would get better equipment sooner, you know, but we didn't.
Let me ask you this. How many Packers do you think that you all would need in order to be able to do an adequate job?
An adequate professional job for the city of Shreveport would take us right now 50 Packers. 50.
And of the Packers that y'all have right now, what percentage of them do you think are still in good, like, you know, people who are
Solid working
operating them
condition?
feel pretty good about them? And then what percentage do you think are really?
About 14. About 14.
Wait, hold on just a minute.
That's-
Dale, are you,
that's how many are
you
good-
got
in
that
good
down?
condition?
Well, actually, Councilman Sean,
That's
one of
a
the things
number.
y'all,
Hold on just a minute.
one of the things y'all asked for was an update on the program, and Stan has prepared some numbers that really back up what he's saying, but we have the exact numbers and everything, so whenever we get to that, and we have that on the handout for you that talks about the number of trucks and how many don't work and some of the challenges that this gentleman is speaking to.
You got that on the handout now?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Dale, could you get it around to us, please?
Well, we wanted to
I
wait
think
until
it's good to
Stan-
give him a chance to hear his perspective,
Yeah, 'cause
so then
Stan
we'll
coming
get
up in
the
a
other
minute.
ones already
So,
printed, so I don't
Stan,
want to.
could you get that to us so we'll have it when you get ready to come up? Please.
How does it work? I mean, this is what we used to do in my former life. Cannibalization is the only term that we use, where we took parts from one airplane and put them on another airplane.
Give it to
keep
Jackie,
them
please, and Jackie will
working.
get it.
Now, do y'all do a lot of that? Obviously, you personally don't do it because you're driving the truck.
Right.
But you got a team of mechanics back there that are changing out parts from a good
Jackie.
part and a good.
Please.
Is that effective, or does it just never really work out? Or tell me how that.
Well, I'm gonna say it to you like this. If I fell on a knife and you put a Band-Aid on it, that's not gonna help me. What I need for you to do, I tell you what, I'm gonna challenge every city councilman in here to do this for me. Take a little time out of your schedule one day, a lunch break maybe. You know, just take 10, 15 minutes and come over to the yard at Solid Waste. And then walk around the yard. Look around in my work environment, see what I go through, and then you'll feel my pain. Just come over there, take 10, 15 minutes out of your schedule, come over there and walk around my yard. Go in the mechanic shop. Go in the yard where they got all of the trucks sitting up on the hill that they're taking the parts off of and patching together for me to go out and do a job every day. Just come look. That's all I ask you to do.
Yeah, just 1 minute.
Okay.
And that'll answer a lot of your questions.
Oh, just 1 minute. Rose.
To respond to his request, Mr. Burton knows that I've actually been on the yard. I tried to slip on the yard, and I've walked around the yard. And I understand there's some dirty jobs. And you know, when I was a little girl, I was reared up in the country, so I know what a Maggie looks like. But from the time you step foot on that yard, I mean, just assume this floor in this building, everywhere you walk is Maggie's. I don't mean one or two. I mean,
Wait just a
Maggie.
minute.
So
Yes.
my
Wait, hold on.
I'm addressing
Dale,
right now
Dale,
the working
Dale, is that-
condition.
Did you hear what Rose said?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, this
Did
is
you-
a working condition, and see, I have 3 sons, and my husband, when we first got married, he did construction, so he was a hard worker. I have nothing against men working hard, because my husband was a country boy. But I'm saying when I'm walking on this yard, and I brought this back to this council in 2011. I'm walking on this yard, and I went out there, Sarah Hardy, with my suit on, and my nylons, and my pumps. You know, because I wanted to see. They were calling me. I said, you know, I'm kind of visual. I have to see what you're talking about. And when I stepped on the yard, when I came to the gate and stepped on the yard, there was nothing. The yard is covered with Maggies. And so, of course, there was no way that I could skip a Maggie because everywhere you step. And so I was worried then about the working environment, the working condition. I got 3 sons, I want them to work hard, but I don't know that every day of their life when they work up and go to work and they step up, they come to the workplace, the first thing they do is step in maggots. So I don't know if the Environmental Protection Agency or somebody need to help us out with that, because I understand as they collect garbage, they collect and stick their hands in all of this, and at the end of the day, when the trucks are brought in, this is what's left. I don't know if we could even prevent this, but I just know that I couldn't be comfortable of even knowing that my sons, you know, and going to bed, taking a shower and trying to go to bed at night, have actually had to endure this type of work environment. There's nothing wrong with the work, but you got living creatures that they're stepping in every day. Now that alone messed me up mentally, but because I love them and I wanted to see what it was that they were doing, I walked the yard, and I even hopped on the truck, so that they could show me what it was, you know, that they do on a daily basis. But I believe Mayor Glover found out I was on that truck and that I might have been a liability. And when they pulled out the gate, when we thought we were on our way out the gate, they pulled me off the truck. But I jumped in the truck with my suit and nylons and pumps and everything. My concern is this.
We just
I'm not
wanted
so
to
much
waive a
hung up on
liability.
the work itself, but it's the environment, you know, and as Councilman Shine said, you know, in the classroom, the classroom environment and climate has to be conducive to learning. I mean, I just don't know if he say 15 years, I want to say you've been stepping in maggots 15 years when you get to the I don't know how you sleep at night. So I'm hoping that there's something. I've actually been there, sir. You know I've been there based on what I'm saying. And I've actually seen what you all are confronted with on a daily basis. That's why, again, I'm not being partial for a raise just for solid waste. I mean, across the board is fine, but if my sons had to step in some living creatures every day, yes, I'm going to push for them to get a raise as soon as possible, because I don't know that I can endure that. But the work environment is just, I just can't. I mean, I say that to the union. It's a very poor work environment. Maybe we can do something to get the EPA involved, whereby at the end of the day, when the trucks are brought in off the street, something needs to be put on that yard to kill all those living creatures that are creeping around on that ground on a daily basis. So that was my concern, but I've actually been there, sir.
Your friend right there. Let me see what you had to say.
How you doing?
You gotta get whatever
Give your name and address.
Get whatever on the mic.
Yes, my name is Troy Sumlin, and I started 1806 West Jordan. The reason why we came here as a group at Solid Waste was to get our voice to you, to open up your eyes, your ears, as well as the taxpayers that didn't know the plight of the sanitary worker. The reason why we're having all these long hours, besides the trucks breaking down, is because of the pay scale. Like he said before, we just wanted a competitive pay scale to keep the other companies from luring the drivers away that was coming through the door. Plus keep the ones that are there happy so they won't leave. Because every time one person leaves for a better paying job, you're looking at the guys that got to go and cover that area for that specific truck. Like we had 23 vacancies. 23 vacancies. But we're covering the city with just the crew that's there. Pertaining to what Mayor Glover said. We might have that small skeleton crew, but we're pulling multiple jobs. We might pull Allendale, but we're coming out of North Highland, and we're ending up in Queensboro. We bringing North Highland or Allendale, and we wind up in Queensboro. That's where we all assemble at, trying to finish, because we lack of trucks, and we lack of manpower, because when the work that we were doing, even when we were doing Bossier, like he said, we were doing Bossier and we were still coming to Shreveport, finishing the job in Shreveport. That's why the wear and tear is on most of those trucks that you see that are grounded. We had 51 trucks running at one time. It reduced from that in a couple of months to 19 of them had been put on the yard. So we're working with 31 trucks covering this entire city at different days of the week. So that's why we came here as a group to ask that we just wanted to keep the drivers that we have and then possibly keep the ones that are future coming through the door. We don't have that now. Because when they see an opportunity to leave for the little bit of money that they're receiving here, but they're doing twice the work. They're doing twice the work. But when they're going over to the private companies, they barely doing anything, but their checks are double or triple what we make in a week.
All right, let me,
Question, Mr. Chairman.
okay, just hold it 1 minute. Let me say this. Mr. Mayor, could I get you and the CAO and the department head to assemble that department and invite any council member that would want to come to a meeting and have somebody there who would be willing to take some notes, because we're going to go on for probably 2 hours at a city council meeting, and we're really not going to get anything settled. I think what has happened now, this problem we know about the problem, and we need to come up with ways by which we can solve the problem. And I want you all to understand, we're not going to be able to solve it today, because you all know that, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to be able to say, well, we're going to give you all a raise, or we're not going to give you a raise. What you all did is you all brought this to the forefront, where we know that it's something that we need to work on. We can't solve this within an hour or 2 hours, because we could go, now let me finish now, I give you a chance. You stand there and listen. Stand there and listen. We're not going to be able to solve this today, and I think you all probably knew that you wasn't going to be able to come down here and we say, yep, we're going to give you $1 an hour raise. It's going to take some studying for this. It's going to take us look into this. And if the mayor is willing to assemble, if not, we'll call a special meeting. But we're not going to be able to solve this today at a city council meeting. Now, what we would do is listen to about maybe 4 or 5 more people. And then we'll have to have a special meeting where we can look at this. Ms. Johnson, I think you understand what I'm saying. We're not going, what you all did was brought this to the forefront. You're not going to get an answer today. The administration and the council will have to look at that. We have some information that has been passed out to us from the administration, and we're going to need some more information. And we're going to need to look at the budget. Because, you know, raises don't come out of the air. I remember the time the mayor over there used to print money, but I think the feds told him he better not do that no more. So, and Mayor, I would suggest that you wouldn't do that no more. So we got to look at this budget and find out what we got in there, because we don't have this year's budget in front of us right now. But we do need to know, I mean, that's why I told you to identify y'all's problem. You don't have enough people, right? You don't have enough personnel.
Right.
You don't have enough of the right kind of equipment, and equipment in y'all's case are packets, right?
Yes, sir.
And now, I'm sorry to dispute what Councilwoman McCullough said, and she probably did. It must have been one of them council meetings, Mayor, when I wasn't here. Because if you know, nobody has brought to me that.
Yeah, I did.
I'm saying you might have, but evidently I wasn't here, because I made every council meeting. So, Mayor, what I'm going to ask you and the CAO to do, and Mr. Harris, to look into that. If they are working out there in an unsanitary working conditions, please, let's do something about it. So, now I do remember you being on the back of one of those garbage trucks, Mayor, but I don't remember you coming back and saying that there's a bunch of Mackins out there. Yeah, if you did, it must have been one of them days I wasn't here.
Just about every bag I picked up that day had maggots in it. Mr.
All
Chairman.
right, well, let's,
But they didn't all come back to the yard, but we'll.
oh, okay.
we'll check that.
Right, well, that's what I'm saying, but I want you to check on the yard. Now, you can't do nothing about you going to somebody's house, picking up some trash, and they got some maggots in there, because they're gonna be there.
Right.
You know, matter of fact, I might have had one or two in mine, but I go out and spray it, because I don't want them to bring it back. But I'm talking about on the yard. I'm not talking about at my house, or at Ursula's house, or Ms. Sarpy's house, you know, because it probably is. But let's check in and see if there's some on the yard. If so, to me, that's unsanitary, Mr. Harris, unless we need to get something and make sure we do something about that. But we understand now, and we need to call a meeting, because we're not gonna solve it here. We're not gonna solve it here. Now, I'm gonna ask you to take your seat, and I'm gonna ask,
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
That actually be recognized.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back here. Just give me a minute or two. Just give me a minute or two. Well, I'm not getting ready to adjourn the meeting. I'm gonna ask, and you all get ready. Ms. Johnson, I'm gonna ask you to come back up. I'm gonna ask, where's Troy? Troy something? Okay, Troy, you've been up, and I might ask you to come back up one more time.
Mr. Green is the other one.
Okay, where's Randall?
Burr.
Randall Burr. Okay, Randall, I'm gonna ask you to come back up. Leave that. I'm gonna ask you to come back up. I'm gonna ask you to come up, Randall. Jerry Green, you've been up, right? Okay, that was you. All right. Reverend Mays. Where's Reverend Mays? I'm gonna ask you to come up. Craig B. Lee. I'm gonna ask you to come up, and Marvin Muhammad, I'm gonna ask you to come up. Now, before you all say anything, I'm gonna come over to Councilman Sam Jenkins, and this is Sam's second time around, so I'm gonna ask Sam. Didn't you say?
Oliver Jenkins, one time around.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Look, you all look so much alike until I get both of y'all.
Brothers,
That's right. I get you all confused. Sam, I'm gonna ask you, and then I thought Sam was asking about the pay raise too a while ago.
Well, thank you.
All of this is in the same.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the recognition. My point is this, I don't know how the conversation got on maggots.
City workers.
Maybe relevant, maybe not. But
Okay, okay. Yeah, I won't forget you. I just don't have one here for you. Okay. Did you fill out one?
Yes, sir.
Sam must have kept it over there for a souvenir. But I'll get you up. Go ahead on, Sam.
I don't know how the conversation got on maggots, but I think these workers are talking about pay increases. And that's what we need to try to focus on. And I agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think it's something that's going to be resolved today, but I hope we can take it in some realistic direction. Because if all of this is just an exercise in frustration, exercise in excuses, I think everything that's happened over the past several days has been for nothing. I believe we need to try to take some realistic steps in trying to get some results as it may relate to any kind of pay increases or other compensation for employees. I see here in 1980 you had a pay study. How involved is that? What all is involved in that?
In the HR
I'm sorry, I said 1980, 2008 you had a pay study.
Right.
How involved is that? Because it may be time to do another one.
There you are, okay. Lisa, please give a little background on the wage survey that HR does periodically on our pay chart.
Every 3 years, the HR department is responsible for conducting a salary survey, and that's
How many years?
every 3 years. They're responsible for conducting a salary survey, and it's a competitive study, and we do a third of the workforce.
So was one done in 2011? You say every 3 years?
Yes, sir.
One was done in 2011?
Yes, sir.
I think that needs to be made available because if I'm understanding this correctly, it will give us some idea of what different people in different departments are making?
Okay.
Is that what it does? I don't.
No,
There's garbage.
You saying what it does?
Tell me what it does. What does it compare?
It compares the salary with different organizations with other cities, like local governments, local municipalities, things like that.
It shows what somebody who does a job
Similar
here would be
job.
making if they did that
In
job. in other
Longview,
similar
Marshall,
projects. Yeah.
Memphis,
I
whatever.
understand, I understand. What I'm saying is, I think that needs to be made available, so we can see if there's been some changes, because on what y'all gave us, you got one that was done back in 2008. And I'm trying to see, do we have a basis to look at whether or not some changes need to be made, or any kind of increases need to be made off of that study? So I'm hoping that one of the things that would be provided would be this.
Well, let's let her walk it forward, because it actually deals more with HR board than it does us. So Lisa, walk it forward, what happens with the survey and how it's used.
Go ahead.
And when you're referring to that 2008, that was a study that was done, and the employees, it was different classes were compared with different cities. Say, like you have your operator collector classes.
Okay.
Those were compared with different cities, like the city of Little Rock, the city of Monroe, different cities like that. And we don't do it ourselves. We hire a consultant, an outside consultant, and they're the ones that do the comparative study.
I see. And that's for all positions?
It's a third of the workforce.
But that third is what I'm saying, it's representative of all departments?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the one that was done in 2011, was that the same kind of a case
Yes,
study?
sir. Yes, sir.
So there is one that was done in 2011 that a consultant did,
Yes, sir.
that compared it to other cities?
Yes,
That's-
sir.
That's what I'm trying to say.
And Lisa, what happens with that information? Where does it go?
Once that information is gathered, the HR director, she presents that to the Human Resources Board, and that information is also available to administration. And then it's the council's responsibility. Their information is also provided to the council, and they look at that information and see if there's money in the budget that will allow those changes to occur.
So, all right.
And Mr. Jenkins, the 1/3, as I appreciate it, in order to do the entire organization, because of the cost, what they basically do is a third every rotation, because there's a cost to doing that survey with the third party. That information goes to the HR board, who really is the board that sets up the pay scale, et cetera. So they evaluate that information. If they believe money is available, and if they believe the chart needs some serious adjustment, that recommendation would come to the council to say, hey, our chart is really out of whack. You know, we need to see if we can't adjust our chart, because in that case, the whole chart is moved.
But I'm saying that's some information that's available that we can
Yes, sir.
take
But
a
it's
look
it's
at.
primarily vetted by the HR board.
Okay. But let me just get this out now. That's some information that's available that we can look at to try to see if the wages being paid is comparable to what's being paid in other cities. That's available to us, something that's already been done. All right, that's one of the things I hope as we go forward. I agree with the chairman, it's not something that's going to be resolved today. I hope as we go forward, I hope that's one of the things we could see, because if I'm understanding that right, that would be the basis for paying $8.64 an hour to a helper? Is that the basis for that?
Well, two things. One, again, as I appreciate it, because all this is an HR function by the board, what has been shared with me is they do the comparisons. And if our range, and keep in mind, you're talking ranges, not exact number. If our range is comparable to other cities, they may say, well, you know, is it worth changing the whole chart, or can we afford it? Because everything goes back to, can we afford it? They do the survey to allow all of us to know, you know, when someone gets up and says, hey, you're paying us 8, they're getting 24 someplace else, we can verify whether or not that's true. So all it does is provide us a snapshot of, or our salary, is our salary range comparable to what other municipalities are paying. That's what it's used for. Anything beyond that goes back to, do we have the funding to adjust the chart? Do we have the funding to give raises, et cetera? But that initial cut is by the HR board. And Lisa, again, talk about how it's distributed and who it goes to.
Councilman Shine.
Okay, but what-
Wait, hold on, just a minute. Let's
We're talking about the
Sam
survey.
get through.
Okay.
We're talking about the
Wait, I'm
survey,
sorry,
obviously we have results.
Oliver, just 1 minute.
Well, no, it's question ties into what I'm saying.
Well, that's good. Just let me know that you're yielding to him, because I don't want him cutting in front of you, and then you say, oh, I didn't get a chance to say anything. Go on.
Go ahead.
I just want to
Sorry, I don't mean
we
to
want to keep
interrupt.
an organization in this.
I think very pertinent to your line of reasoning is, what did the 2011 survey reveal, and was solid waste one of the areas that it fall in that 1/3?
And that's why I'm saying, it needs to be made available so we can see what the basis of what you're paying is all about. That's one of the things that I think, as we move forward, we need to have some access to. The second thing I'm gonna say is this, and I said a little bit about it yesterday. I do believe we need to try to see if there's a way to fund the legislation that Councilman Webb has for the one-time $1,000 bonuses for classified workers. I think we need to, whatever we're going to be looking at going forward, I think that ought to be a part of it. And I think we all know from some of the discussions that we're talking about some of those funds with the Shreveport Home Mortgage Authority. I do know there may be some other intentions with it. I'm just simply saying, I'm asking that stay on the table, that we continue to look at it and see if that could come in at some point in time as a short-term remedy to some of the financial pressure that these guys are under. And then maybe move forward with a more long-term look at, the affordability of pay increases. I just want to see some realistic steps take forward, because if all this has just been a lot of shouting and hollering, now you go back to the truck, you ain't did anything. And I say to the lady from the union, I appreciate you all. I think you all are standing behind your members. I think that's a great thing to see. But you all got to dig deep. I believe that if you stand at that mic and say you're representing all the classified employees, is that what you said? All right, then I have no reason to doubt that that's what you're doing. But you all gonna have to dig deep. Please don't let this simply become a session where people just did a lot of screaming and hollering, and everybody just went back and nothing changed. If indeed, it's appropriate that something does change. So those are the two things that I offer and that I would like for us to take a look at.
Let me say this, and then I'm gonna come to Councilwoman McCullough. I believe that, and Mr. Green, you and Mr. Summers, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong. I believe that you all emphasize that it's not only a pay raise, but it's your equipment also.
That's right.
Trucks? Yeah, well, I believe. Yeah, your packers. Now, maybe Councilman Jenkins didn't hear that. So that's why I want to make it clear that it's not, we're not only talking about, let me finish now, and then I'm going to let you finish.
Councilman Shine, whatever aspect of this you want to focus on, you're free to do it, sir. I point out what I want to see. I want to see the study and what it reveals. And I want the administration to consider the bonuses. I'm not discarding anything.
All right, I agree that. I want you to see that, but I also want you to see that these gentlemen are talking about equipment also.
I agree with you, Mr. Chair.
All right then. And I believe you all are also talking about working conditions. And I believe this is where Councilwoman Rose McCullough came in. He wanted to know, how did the maggots get there? I think she emphasized working conditions. I believe y'all got 2 or 3 things here that you want. Pay raises, better equipment, and better working conditions. Am I right or wrong?
That's right.
That's correct.
All right then. Now, and I think the mayor understands that. I'm gonna call on Councilwoman McCullough one more time, and then I want to get some more information from those of you who signed up to speak. And Mayor, I wish you would call a special meeting, and then later on I will call a special council meeting where we would deal specifically with this particular subject, because we're not gonna come up with an answer today. So I'm going to Councilwoman McCullough, and she's gonna make her comments short, and then I'm gonna come back to you all.
Okay, I have 2 questions, but before I ask these 2 questions, we'll bring them to the table. What I would like for our employees with the city to know is that this council has never been against you getting a raise. This council, this entire council, supports the idea of you getting a raise. Now, my concern is this. It was brought to my attention in talking with my colleagues, and of course, one of them happened to not be present at this time. If we considered giving a raise, you might want to look at that, because once you start giving raises, you'll have to continue giving raises. Now, with that being said, I don't if that's a fact, based on studies or whatever, if that's a fact that if you're granted a raise You know, I might not want to consider granting you a raise because next year I'll have to give you another one, and next year I'll give you another one. If that's really a fact, and the raise can't be granted at this time, I don't have a problem, Councilman Shine, and to the rest of my colleagues, supporting a one-time bonus of $1,000. But I would like to see the employees get a raise once we're able to locate the money. Now, last question. I heard Councilman Jenkins reference the mortgage, what was the name of that?
Shreveport Home Mortgage Authority.
That's
Because because it is public knowledge, and it's public knowledge, and it's a part of the master plan. Jeff, you know, you and I talked about it. The money is supposed to be allocated for some housing within my district as well as Jeff's district, and you all know District A and District B has the poorest living condition as far as housing goes. If anybody needs the money, we need it. But I would like to know the amount of money, because if we're looking at $1,000 bonus, I think we need to make the public aware of the pot of money that's sitting there that we're possibly considering getting this bonus from. Can anybody tell me the amount of money that's actually sitting there? Jeff, do you know? With this mortgage company?
Rose, why don't you go to the CAO over there?
What amount of money are we talking about?
They just completed the external audit. We have a teleconference with the council for the Shreveport Home Mortgage Authority on Friday, where we intend to verify how much is there, whether or not there's a process where they can transfer that money to the city, and whether or not they have an intention of transferring that money to the city. So we'll know a whole lot more on Friday.
Okay, so you really don't know about approximately what the amount of money is?
No, and we heard anything from $1 million to $2.5 million.
Okay, all right.
All right, now, we're not gonna be able to sell this today, and you all understand that. The mayor's gonna call a meeting, and then mayor, we have to call a special council meeting. I don't have no problem with that, if it's all right with Mr. Thompson. Okay.
My name is Randall Burr, and I've been with the city 17 years. The thing is that you've heard all our complaints. We just want the council to take us serious. Because right now is 80 people, 80 families we came to support that go to work and go home. And the thing is, you say, well, it's all about the money, but it's the dignity of what we do. And if you go back to your districts, yes, there's couches on the ground, there's tree limbs on the ground, and we call ourselves the great city of the South. Now, how are we going to be the great city when you can't take care of the people that pick up the trash? And you know, Mr. Mayor, we supported you. We did. We, as sanitation workers. But then when we had to come, we had to step out and make, on our own, we got accused of trying to go on strike, kind of shut the city down. But we had to act like this because y'all wouldn't come and check on us. Yeah, but see, not so much that you can't find the money. The thing is that we found, I don't know how much money for street sweepers. 2 street sweepers. Now, we have, now, I'm nothing against that, but the thing is, why would we buy equipment and we can't take care of the people that are driving the equipment? You see what I'm saying? So what we're asking the council is to take seriously, not just blow us off and say, we coming down there to buy you some more equipment. What good is equipment just sitting there? The same way with the street sweepers, the same way with those gas trucks. We had a gas truck blow up. But the thing is, we still got the job done. The question was about Bossier City. When we lost Bossier, we said, well, that our hours would change. Okay, but we went from 20 hours overtime to 12 hours overtime. Okay? You went to a buck program, which you have in place now. Now, when you ride in your district, when you go around, you can go down Hollywood today. There's mattresses, couches, limbs, and everything that is not in the can. But the thing is what it does is give sanitation a black eye. Because how would you say, well, they call it a buck program, okay? You call and you schedule and they come and get the limbs or come and get. That's a great idea, But the thing is, it cut our hours even more, okay? So you take Bossier from us, you take some of the buck stuff. Now, those are good, but where's our salaries?
See, hold on a second.
You see what I'm saying?
It's overtime.
No overtime, no, you have to tell your children, listen, I make $12 an hour, that's the best we're gonna do. And the mayor put in there and said, in the paper, said, listen, if you don't like your job, you can find another job. The reason we like our jobs, we love our job. People that stay at sanitation, you got to love your job.
That was
You see what I'm
probably
saying?
misprint, wasn't it, Mayor?
It was just like that because it said.
I'm gonna let him speak, Mr. China. I'm ready to respond though.
Okay.
Because everybody that works for the city don't want to work for the city and go and get on another job. You see what I'm saying? And then, that's why when we had to come and we want the city council and the mayor, the people to work together. But make it snappy. We got families. And everybody, I'm a pastor in Allendale. And the thing is that I'm already working 2 jobs.
Right.
And now if I got to go get another job and say my children now go to Calvary and high school and they graduate and say, well, we want to stay in the city. And I say, well, I don't want y'all to work for the city of Shreveport because you'll have to get another job to pay for things. So that's the problem we have. And the thing is if we can find. The thing is, it was found, we were told that it was money into the budget, in our departments, that found some money for street sweepers. You found it. If you spend that money on street sweepers, we felt like we could have spent some money in implementing on us a raise. Do you see what I'm saying?
All right, now,
All right.
okay, now I'm
I'm
gonna
through.
let the mayor respond to your question, and then I'm gonna come over to, Councilman, Oliver Jenkins, if he want to at this time.
All right.
And then I'm gonna shut it down for the council right here, but I'm gonna ask the other, people that I have here to come up and say a word or two.
Mr. Shine, members of the council, and Reverend Burr, you just heard, I think, the exact reason as to why, as we have said, this is an issue that needs to be handled, not in terms of being specific to solid waste, but being in terms of the entirety of the city of Shreveport. The fact that there have not been pay raises have not been a specific effort to not give them to solid waste. They've not been given to any of the employees because the dollars have not been there based upon the priorities that have been established by both the administration and by the council. But you just sat there and confused me, and I saw some other folks react the same way. We get one complaint about too much overtime. And then you just sat there and told us you're not getting enough overtime. But you just acknowledged that you've gone from 20 hours to 12 hours of overtime based on the fact that we no longer pick up. That's almost a 50% reduction since we stopped collecting in Bossier. The one thing that is true about this situation is that this administration and this council have spent more time, especially in the last 4 years, meeting on, talking about, discussing solid waste issues than we have any other area of the city's operations. That's one of the reasons as to why I said specifically, this is a hard job, but there are other hard jobs as well. And I'm not going to dishonor the other folks who work very hard for the city of Shreveport, just like you all do, but who have not engaged in the same types of activities by doing something for you all that I'm not going to do for them. Because the truth of the matter is, we did not continue to pick up Bossier's garbage because it was not a good deal for the city of Shreveport. It overworked our employees and it wrecked our equipment. You also have us right now with this council having recently adopted the new policies that we have in place in terms of how we collect and what we collect. And it puts us right in between you as the solid waste employees and the constituents that we represent. Because why? There are many folks who are not happy with the fact that this council and this administration has said that you can no longer put any and everything, your whole house out on the curb, as you saw done, not just in Bossier, because folks here in Shreveport put the whole house on the curb as well, and expect you all to come along and pick it up. And not only does it end up wrecking your backs and wrecking your knees, but it also wrecks our equipment, and it also ends up taking a route that could be picked up in 8 hours, ends up having to be picked up in 2 days, because the amount of time that it takes you to stop and pick up every stick, every limb, every piece of leaf that's in front of somebody's house ends up taking far longer than it should if we end up having the appropriate things in place. But now understand, this is a part of an overall organization. And each one has an important and significant role to fulfill. And if, yes, we go a couple of weeks without garbage being collected, it's going to be a problem. But also know that if a sewer main breaks tonight and people can't flush their toilets, that man that works in the sewer department is going to be just as, if not more important, as you and the other folks who are here today from solid waste. So I would suggest to you, and I understand the frustration that I hear coming from some of the members of council, because you got some Republicans up here who voted for a union, which shocked me.
Don't say that too loud.
Oh,
I try to expunge that
Yeah,
from the record.
don't say that too loud.
and I'm
It's
sure,
okay.
and I'm sure some of them probably wish they could, especially if they ever intend to run for something else. Because there may be some folks who will remind them of that. But you got folks up here who are Republicans who voted for a union, and who said that Shreveport was the last city in America to vote to put in a union for public employees. Not only did you have members of this council who did that, you had members of the previous council who did it. And yet you still don't yet have an ability for that, what should be collective voice that can allow us to engage in this process in a productive fashion, acknowledged or respected, so we can do that. And so, yes, I'm here saying to you that I'm not going to facilitate any consideration specific to solid waste that's not a consideration that's for everybody else. I'm also here to say that we have spent more time on solid waste related issues than we have streets and drainage, water and sewer, parks and recreation, customer service, finance, or anywhere else. Because those are things that are causing us significant problems. The fact that we were losing money collecting trash for Bossier cost us. We needed to stop it. We needed to tell our folks that you can't come out and put everything, mattresses, sofas, couches, washing machines, and everything else, and expect you guys to pick it up. We can't do that. It's tearing up our equipment. So we're trying to do what we have to do to make it better. The city of Bossier charges their citizens. When you guys were picking it up, they charged them $16 per month. When you stop picking them up, they increase it to $24 per month. If the city of Shreveport had the same thing in place for the 60,000+ folks that we collect for, that'd be almost $20 million a year in additional revenue that would be coming to the city of Shreveport.
Why won't we?
Why haven't we?
Well, why won't we, as the council, why won't we charge for it?
Well, now
We did for 1 month, $2.50.
Well, you had 4 years ago about this time, a vote of the previous council to add $2.50 to the water bill for garbage collection. We offered at that time, if you're going to charge, then that charge needs to mean something. Because you had some folks who said that needs to go for buying equipment. You had some folks who said it needs to go for a pay raise. You had some folks who said it needs to go to the general fund so we can boost up the reserve. You had some folks that said we shouldn't charge. If there's going to be a charge, then it needs to be an appropriate charge that's reflective of the cost of the service and that we identify exactly what it ends up being used for. But now that's going to have to be a conversation.
We as workers, we can't tell the folks, y'all have to, the people that are in office have to.
If there ever is a fee, it has to be voted on by the city council and signed off by the administration.
What I'm saying is.
But now what I would say to you is that the people of the city of Shreveport, one, are not accustomed to paying for garbage service. They're also accustomed to being able to put everything out on the curb and have you guys to pick it up. We figured what we need to start is by what? Telling them you can't put everything out on the curb. And now that we're doing the bulk pickup, we also need to tell folks that you don't need to go out and put your stuff out on the curb and then call and say, come pick it up. You need to schedule your pickup and then put it out on the curb. You also don't need to come and have somebody trim trees at your house, charge you for cutting down the trees and chopping them up and for hauling them off. But instead of hauling them off, they leave them on the side of the curb for you guys to come and pick up. That's all a part of this process that we've got to be engaged in. But it's one that involves every aspect of the city, not just one.
Well, no, not taking nothing away from other departments. Everybody has a part to play, as water and streets and drainage and everything. But the thing is that sanitation has been, like you say, we've talked about it. All I'm asking is that we act on it. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's a lot. We talked 4 years ago about the same situation, you know, and let's put it in action. That's all we're asking.
Well, I would say we're making progress. We no longer pick up Bossier. All right.
Yeah.
We've instituted measures that
Yeah,
now
we're making progress, but see, you're taking my overtime. The overtime what feeds my children.
Well, now, and that's part of the clarity that we've got to have, because part of the complaint that I've heard from you all is that we now work too much overtime.
Yeah.
But now, what you just said, that we're not working.
You have to
enough
work overtime because.
And so part of that's part of the balance that we got to figure out how to get here. Because I understand overtime ends up being a source of additional income.
A decent.
You know, but for somebody else, as Mr. Green said when he was up, he wants to be home early enough to enjoy a little bit of the evening. So, you know, those are competing messages that we're hearing, and that's why it's important for us to get focused on what the real issues are. But again, we're making progress. We no longer pick up Bossier. We're saying to our citizens, don't put everything out. Part of what we've got to be able to do, and frankly, as I've shared with citizens before, you know, part of what makes it hard is that in the past, you guys, even when we've said don't pick it up, you all are still picking it up because you know what happens. You know, well, no, because sometimes what happens, well, no, I've had solid waste employees tell me that we pick it up, Cedric, because we know if we don't pick it up now, eventually what's going to happen is that one of these guys is going to call you, or somebody else is going to call you, and then you going to call Stan or Butch, and Butch going to tell you go pick it up anyway. So you might as well pick it up while you're going to make it easy on yourself. Exactly. And so part of what we've got to do is to say to our citizens, if it's not in the container, the 96-gallon container, if it's not in another garbage can that's containerized, we're not going to pick it up.
Okay.
And we've got to be willing to stand by that. Now, part of what made the rollout of it a little bit.
Hold on, Mr. Mayor. Hey, my brother, you can't sit in your seat now and talk to the mayor. If you want to talk to the mayor, you have to come up here, because if you sit in your seat.
I'm trying to talk, but you told me to sit down.
Well, that's right. But don't sit, when I tell you to sit down, it means for you not to say anything. Because if you sit there and say something, we're going to usher you out. Now, when you get ready to say something else, you raise your hand, and I'll ask you to come back up if you got something for the mayor. But we're not going to have you sitting where you are, talking. Like, we don't do that down here. It's organized.
Well,
this is not out there. Now, when he gets through, we're gonna ask somebody else to come up, and if you got one other thing that you want to say, after they come up, we give them a chance. Then you raise your hand up. I recognize you. We're not gonna have it down here. All right.
I just want to add before I give it back to him.
We're gonna ask him.
Okay, if I can
Because
just
he's
add.
had his time.
Absolutely.
We're gonna ask somebody else.
Part of what made the rollout of this new program difficult was that we had storms that came right as we started it. And so we had all across the city, lots of tree limbs that fell and everything else, right when we were telling folks, if you don't have a scheduled pickup for tree limbs and those sort of things, we're not gonna pick them up. And that's when we got lots of calls at lots of tree limbs, and then we end up sending you guys a contradictory message by saying, all right, we'll have a grace period, now let's pick them up, but then we're not gonna do it. So we're trying to transition into making this a better, more effective program. And as we have had this conversation with the council, at some point, we can't still be the only city in all of.
Got to charge for it.
We haven't found any other place in America.
Okay.
We haven't found it yet.
Because
Mr. Mayor,
It does not charge.
Mr. Mayor,
And I'll be
hold
through.
that. Now, I'm gonna give you one more minute.
One more minute, I'll
And
be
then you're
through.
gonna sit down, then I'm gonna
sit
go,
down.
where's Charles Giles? I'm sorry.
The thing is,
Charlene, and please come up and forgive me, please.
As
Come around
sanitation,
this way, Charlene.
thing
I'm
is
old.
that we're asking the council to
Miss Sarby,
consider.
I need to change glasses. I'm sorry. Okay, now you got one more
I
minute.
got 1 minute.
All right.
The thing is that I want the council to consider and to look at charging for garbage. The charging fee. Because
right.
look, we raised the water bill without the voting, without the city, they just knew about it. So let's just
I'm
consider,
gonna ask you to sit down, but we're gonna write that down. You're asking us to look at increasing our garbage fee. Is that what you're saying?
No, start one. We don't have one. You pay for recycling.
Okay, you want us to start one. Mr. Sibley, would you write that down? Thompson, would you write that down?
Give me a number.
Yeah, Reverend, thank you. All right, Charlene.
We agree.
Please come up.
Good afternoon. I'm Charlene Giles. I'm with Customer Service. And I did hear what you said about the pay raises. I know this is not something that's going to be resolved today, but I am here to speak on the same thing. I work in customer service, and I just, know that we need a pay raise. It's time. It's been a while. And like I said, we have a lot of people in our department that has gone to work in second jobs because the income that they're making, is just not enough. And like I say, I live in the city of Shreveport. The water bills have gone up. We still haven't gotten an increase. And then they keep saying there's not money for raises. But then we have the meter guys that fall up under customer service in the same department. They were reclassified, and they got $2 increases per hour, with their regular pay.
When was that?
That was that earlier this year?
Earlier this year.
That was was it last year? That was earlier this year. Yeah, that was earlier this year.
Yeah, there was a reclassification.
They did a reclassification, so they got but there was money, they found money to be, for reclassification.
Okay.
So, like I said, I just wanted to speak to let them know it's not just solid waste that has an issue with pay raises, it's all the city employees, and it's time.
All right, now let me ask you one question too. Do you have any problems with the equipment that you all use?
We don't have any problems with the equipment, but we do work hard in our department. They think because we're in customer service, we don't do anything. We get calls, we handle calls, not just water and sewer. We have people.
Just hold that, hold that. All right, do you have any problems with your working conditions?
With our working conditions?
Yeah.
Well, we need somebody to come down there now. Like, we got a vent that's in the building.
You got a what now?
A vent that's in the building, and you could tell it stopped up. We have complained about that. It stopped up when the...
I'm sorry, Mr. Sibley, would you write that down? Because,
yeah.
If you can't get nobody, I'll get on and unstop it.
Yeah, that's a vent, and then when they blow, you can hear whoo, like it stopped up, and the employees down there are concerned about that because we don't know what's coming out of that vent, what's in there, what's stopping it up, and it could be.
Where do you work again now?
2139 Greenwood Road in customer service.
Okay.
With the water and sewer.
Okay. Well, now, Ms. Giles, I know CEO Dale Sibley will get on top of that for tomorrow. He'll have somebody down there on that vent tomorrow.
Okay,
we
that's
appreciate
fine.
you coming down, and when we call the city meeting, we'll know where to contact Ms. Giles.
Okay.
Ms. Giles, thank you so much for
All right,
coming
thank
down here. Okay, let me hear from Sheila. I'm gonna save you last here. I want to let you kind of wrap things up. I'm gonna call Gerald Bowman, and we're gonna let him come up and.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, other members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Sibley as well. I just wanted, to me, it's kind of almost like deja vu for me. I can remember my mom, late Joyce Bowman, in 2008, when the actual merit increase, that's how that actually came into play because of her, and the efforts of the council and mayor then to get air and everything else in the truck. My thing here is I'm not here to represent, I'm here in support of not only the sanitation workers, but also because I've received calls as well from members of waste management as well as just various departments. And I think part of it is some people remember, of course, my mom's effort as well, but they also know, that I too am a voice for anybody. And what my mother would do is what I try to do, and that is to be a representative for those who are underrepresented or may not feel that their needs are being heard. And so I'm not here to try and employ you to how to do your jobs, because you have your job to do just like I have mine to do on the commission. What I am saying is that we really take a serious look at trying to research ways, not only for the raise, but I also understand, being an elected official, that there's a thing called budget, and there's a thing about money, and you can't take, just like you can't take blood from a turnip, you can't create money that's not there. But it is our job as elected officials to actually care and take the time out to research ways to prepare in your budget for the following year or whenever, to try to see ways and methods to increase. Or in the interim, since we can't do that, let's look at, like Councilman Jenkins said, let's look at possibly a bonus from the other area. But for what I'm gathering and what I've received from a lot of the workers is, it's kind of like this mentality. You know how a person can tell you that, hey, I love you, I really love you. But then there comes a time where I get tired of hearing that, and that person will get tired of hearing that, and they want to know, they want to see you show that you love them. So and it gets beyond that, oh, I love you, but where's the love? What's love got to do with it, per se? So with this being said, and I'll keep it short, it's not just about the money. It's about, when you bring up the work conditions and environment, that people want to know that you care about them. They want to know that, all right, although we don't have the money in place, we are caring and looking for avenues to try and see how we can get this done, or if we can get the, one-time bonus. And I believe a lot of these employees and everyone else.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, thank you, sir. That they give a first-class job, they do first-class work, and a lot of them feel from us, and I say us, elected officials, they are feeling that, hey, we do first-class work, but we still get treated like second-class citizens.
All right, Gerald, thank you. And let me say this.
Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Webb has some legislation already to give this bonus.
Yes, sir.
It was postponed because the administration is still looking at how to find that money.
Okay.
And you can't give a bonus. You don't want to give them an IOU.
Of course.
And then let them come back and say, in 6 months, Mayor, y'all cash this in. So
Absolutely.
we do have some legislation to give them that bonus. Reverend Lennis May.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. I was kind of hoping for a suggestion between a joint parish kind of a effort, maybe.
Well, they might do that. Man, that's a good idea. Man, that's a good idea. He might institute some legislation to give y'all some money.
It keeps the parish clean as well as the city.
Yeah.
It's not, it's all in the same place.
That's right, because we all in the parish. All right, Reverend.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and to the other council persons that serve in the capacity from which you serve in.
Now give us your name, and address first.
Pastor Mays,
Okay.
New Macedonia Baptist Church, 335 East Azale.
There you go.
Not new to the council by no stretch of the imagination. I think that we all are concerned, or should be, as elected officials or whatever capacity you serve in, about the work condition of these sanitation workers as well as other employees that works for the city. And this is what we explained to them. We met with the sanitation workers there at the church. We also met with them at the park. They know that nothing is going to be done right away. They know that. They also know that with the union rep, I think we had not only sanitation workers, we had about 300 or more people there at the church. He came in and articulated the reason why and the agreement that was entered in with the city to represent these guys, because this is what we was explaining to them, that you got to have proper representation when you come before this council, because if you say one thing and then say something else, the issue dies. And that ain't what we want here. We want these guys' issues to be addressed. We know, Sam, that this has been tabled several times. So it's good now that due to the effort, and this is what their effort is to be applauded. But I'm not here, and neither are they, just for the sanitation workers alone. If you're going to give a raise, there's other departments also that's going to want a raise. So why not, through the collective bargain agreement that you all have with the union, why not do the honorable thing That's what we're saying, Councilman Shine, and I know that's what all you guys want. Councilman Shine know this, and all of you know this. You will get nothing coming down here screaming and hollering and stuff like that, because you ain't gonna get nothing. That's just the bottom line. If you ain't got a plan that you have put forward and said these are our conditions, that's why we had told them that these questions was gonna be asked, and it's good that you asked those questions, is that you're not gonna get nothing done unless you have an agenda that you can put forward and give it to your union rep, so that these things, Councilman Shine, that they are asking for can be met. It's time out for the name blaming and all that stuff. It's time to get stuff done. We believe in getting stuff done. I mean, we can point the fingers all day long, but now it's time to move forward to make sure that this piece of legislation that Sam Jenkins, that has been tabled time and time and time and time again, that now this legislation be brought to the forefront, that the city workers, the bonus thing is good, Councilman Shine, but wouldn't it be better to give the employees, I mean, the money can be found. Y'all know the ways of finding money, trust me. Y'all know how to find money, because I have been down here and other things money has been found for. I mean, you know how to find the money. So if you can find the money,
Mr. Mayor, did you hear that?
please find the money that is needful.
What you need to
Mayor
find about
Glover,
$4 million?
that is needful to move, to give these guys a raise, better work conditions, and some of the things that they're asking for. And somebody proposed, Mayor Glover, that they get on the garbage, they go out there. I don't propose they go out there. I propose, and I know it can't happen due to liability issues, I propose just work a day or two a week in these guys' shoes. These guys are saying that our problem is, and this is what they said to me, Craig, in the first meeting and in the second meeting at the church. And we told them when they come before the council, address your concerns, but have your ducks in a row so that these guys would know exactly what you're asking for through your union rep. And that's how you get the stuff done that you want to get done. Rose, thank you so very much for participating and coming out to the church to address some of the concerns. And some of you all probably didn't know about it, so I'm not going to say that you did.
2 minutes.
That's fine. That's
Okay.
fine. That's fine. Me and you fine with the time. But my thing is that this is a serious issue. And I don't believe in letting partisan politics or nothing else get in the way of hearing these guys. Hear exactly what they are saying. I mean, we can do 2 minutes, 3 minutes, or a minute. That doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that the sanitation workers and others get what they need. Just don't interrupt me. Get what they need.
Let's don't run into this now. We got other people that want to come up and talk. I've given you about
I
10 minutes
understand.
already.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Well, I'm gonna give you one more
If you
minute,
would be
and then it's
quiet
time for
1
you to sit
minute,
down.
then I can finish. See, that's your problem. You talk too much. Be quiet 1 minute, and I can finish, because I'm finna sit down. My thing, what I'm saying to you is, let's take these guys seriously in what they're saying. And if you just let me, I'm finna sit down. But you gotta understand that this podium is for the people. And every time I come up here, there's nobody gonna set me down until I get through. So now,
You have to
get your minutes out the way. Put your
You
finger
have to
down.
understand.
Put
We
your
run
finger
this.
down and get your minutes out the way.
Craig B.
Put your
Lee,
finger down and get your
ready
minutes
to
out the
come
way.
up. Is it a police
We
officer
gonna
back
take,
there?
them polices ain't gonna do nothing.
Would
You don't
you
threaten me
please
with it
come
no
up
more.
and escort him
Okay, well,
to
we gonna
his
see if
seat?
they're gonna take me out of here. You need to be quiet and let the citizens speak.
Is the chief
That
back
is your,
there?
the chief can come up, the deputy can come up,
tell the
whoever
chief to
you
come
know
up.
can come up, let them come up. But let me tell you this, you will not pass this piece of legislation along anymore. These guys is tired,
He
they
has
are not
finished
gonna let it
time.
happen.
We need him to sit down.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Here's the
Craig,
problem.
you plan to come
We
up?
want you.
Come on up, please.
We want you in this council to do the honorable thing.
Chief, I've
This
given him about 15
podium,
minutes.
there is nothing illegal that is being done. So you don't play that with me.
Pastor, you're a pastor now.
I am.
Go
I
and sit
am.
down.
Thank you.
Nobody's playing
Thank
with
you.
you.
Thank you.
Go and sit
Thank
down.
you. But let me tell you something. You're gonna stop that.
Look at.
You're gonna stop
Please
that.
go and sit
You know
down.
me. You're gonna stop that.
I'm gonna sit you down when you
You're
come
gonna
in
stop
here.
that. You gonna stop that.
Craig, come on.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Come
You
on.
gonna stop
Come
that.
on.
You tried to coon us on every issue.
Look here.
You're gonna stop this mess down here. From the Grigsby situation, every time we turn around,
Look
you're
here.
not going. You
Look
don't run
here.
this council.
Look here. Would you sit
You're
down?
gonna stop that.
Would you sit down? You acting ugly, Pastor.
No, I don't like when you do that.
You're a pastor. All right, Craig.
You're disrespectful. You're gonna disrespect me.
Craig, let me tell you before we start.
Don't put
We're gonna give you 10 minutes, and that's gonna be
it.
it. Jackie, put the time on that. Craig, we're gonna give you 10 minutes. Where's Marvin Muhammad? You come up after Craig, we're gonna give you 10 minutes.
It won't
I'm sorry, they're saying not 10.
even be 10.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
They've changed it, Craig, to 3.
Yeah.
Marvin, when you come up, we're giving you 3.
Craig Lee, 1035 Eustis Street. You know, as we work with these city workers, the sanitation department, and meeting with Ms. Sheila Johnson on this past week, and Mr. Edward Savannah, the biggest thing that now we need to focus on, this elevates the issue of the seriousness of being an elected official. One of the questions I asked my good partner David Cox years ago when he was running for Caddo Parish Commission is, would all of the city workers and other city elected officials and parish elected officials, would you all be willing to do continuing education classes? And the reason I asked that question is because of pretty much what Cedric hit on today, because these are serious issues. You're talking about finance, you're talking about human resources, you're talking about a whole bunch of issues. So I'm going to offer some points of focus, because this is not going to be resolved with this council. The election is coming up in the next few months. But for Oliver and Mike and Rose, those and Sam, those who are probably coming back, the city of Shreveport has been stagnant in population since the early 1900s. 200,000. 200,000. Now, what does this do? This impacts the revenues of the city of Shreveport, tax base, the whole nine. So now you put the situation where you can't give city workers, you can't fix the streets, the sprawl that is basically happening in the city. So now all of this happens. So that's first thing. So that impacts the city. The second thing is the elimination of corruption. Why can't we give the city workers pay raises? Because basically $100 million has been stolen by the Hightower administration with 1,600 acres of land. That was uncovered with the Grigsby situation. I brought that situation to the forefront before this council was elected and before Mayor Glover was elected. So now when you have a situation where the mayor and the council basically acts in an inept way, now the revenues for the city cannot go towards those particular things as well. So I know that you all right now have a deficit issue. But when you take dogs over people, and now we deal with the Calvin Grigsby situation, where now he saved the city a couple $100 million, because you all were being even in more debt than you are now. But now, guess what? We're going to sue this guy over something that he hasn't actually done, but now he's going to sue y'all. Now, that's more money coming out. Police brutality cases. See, money is still constantly going out. No money is coming in, stagnant population. And so the city is not acting.
Craig, you got one more minute, and I'm sorry, we're going to bring this in the end. You can finish this at the next meeting. The mayor's going to call a special meeting. Because dealing with salaries, right, Mr. Mayor, and all the other stuff, you're not going to entertain that, okay?
But, so now we got money going out, hardly any money coming in based on the stagnation. And now we deal with their situation, which is also a property standards and code enforcement issue, because all the trash is being put on the streets. So I support the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. And like Cedric said, I'm shocked that you all recognized and accepted a union. These guys don't really understand the valuable asset they have. We're going to work with them and work with Sheila and Edward Savannah, because that is actually their bargaining chip.
Craig,
So,
I appreciate it, but you understand, we have
Thank
to bring this to an end. Thank you very much. Marvin and the two gentlemen after Marvin, and then we're going to let you wrap it up. Okay.
Yes, sir. Marvin Muhammad, 1413 Clay. To the chairman, to the rest of the council, the mayor. Since I have a full 3 minutes, I'm gonna start off with a very short, succinct story. You know, as I was listening to everyone, you know, truth and lie went swimming one day. And the lie jumped out of the swimming pool and put on truth clothes. At that point, Truth had two things he could only do. He could stay in the swimming pool, or he could run after a well-dressed lie. And so now you have a well-dressed lie being pursued by the raw, naked truth. In this case, it's simple. Approximately 4 years ago, the previous council added $2.50 to the water bill as franchise fee. That would have raised approximately $1.8 million a year. So for the last 3.5, 4 years, the city would have raised approximately $7.2 million. This council, in March of 2011, took that away, swept that away. This council created that problem. And to speak to Councilman Oliver Jenkins, the reason why I shook your hand first and not Chairman this morning, at 3, is because you was the one that pushed that as the chairman of the council at the time to take away the raise and the equipment for these gentlemen. What we do know is that $1.8 million would have did this. Those trucks, what's the language? Knucklebuckers, truckers, packers.
Yeah.
Those cost about what? $250,000. That raise, that franchise fee included in that would have given them a 2 to 3% raise. Not just solid waste, but all classified employees across the board. That's what it would have done. This council created that problem. So just as this council created that problem, this council needs to fix that problem. It's very simple. It's very, very simple. We don't need to get creative. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. Fire is already here. As it's already been stated.
Chairman.
Marvin.
I need 1 minute.
Okay, 1 minute.
Chairman, give me 60 seconds.
All right, we'll give you 1 minute.
Thank you, sir. And let me say this here. This isn't about 10-second sound bites and photo opportunities. This is about speaking to those who are poor, those who are voiceless, and those who are otherwise invisible. This is about speaking for people that actually need someone to speak up for them, because after they had said and as they presented, they are literally invisible and unappreciated. So I'll close with this in the last 30 seconds. Again, in 2008, the mayor started his recycling program and added a $2.50 charge to the water bill. And because of that, we extended the life of our landfills, which is still a major issue. I had to get that in, Councilman Shine.
Right.
And because of that,
10 seconds now,
Pratt takes that waste out to the port
Right.
and turns that into cardboard boxes. So what I'm saying is, let's fix it. Let's not tell these guys something about a $1,000 bonus, because that's an insult. That is an insult. A one-time $1,000 is an insult. That's literally $1 million across the board for all classified employees, minus the police, fire, and department heads. Let's not do that.
I appreciate it. I appreciate your behavior, and I appreciate you going to your seat without calling me a coon. Yes, sir. Come back up. And now one more, and then Ms. Johnson, we're gonna give you 3 minutes.
I just want to,
And Ms. Johnson, we're gonna let you wrap it up, please.
I just want to inmate on some things. Like I was saying, like you said, I didn't come down here to scream and holler or nothing like that. I just wanted to present the problem that I'm having doing my job.
There you go. That's what
And
we want.
let, some of my constituents
Right.
have the same problem that I have.
All right.
This is the only thing I'm saying now. Like one guy just said, you're gonna have to be creative in this process.
That's right.
Because what's gonna happen, when I get back to my job, what's gonna happen is, 9 times out of 10, we're probably gonna lose a lot of people. And we can't afford to lose no more employees.
That's true.
We really can't. We can't afford to lose nobody else. We undermanned as it is. They're gonna be looking for some kind of a solution. We need to tell them something, or have them something for them to look forward to. If you're not gonna give them a raise, let them know that at least that you are trying to find a way to get some funding for our department.
Right.
Because we need them. We need everybody we got.
Right.
We need everybody we ain't got
Right.
to do what I do, you know. And like I said, it's gonna take a special person to do what I do.
Right.
And we just can't afford to lose no more people. So we need to go ahead and have that special meeting, have that forum, get involved in it, Mr. Mayor, because you know why we're. You done been to the Christmas parties and everything. You know what we're going through over there. And you know this ain't no joke. And I ain't trying to make it out to be, this is a serious matter. And it really need to be resolved. It really does.
Let me say this to you. I want you to know that we're taking this very serious. This is why you all came down today. We opened the meeting up so you could voice your opinion. And I appreciate your decorum, I appreciate your behavior, and I appreciate you understand that you all don't come down here to take over.
Oh, no.
And right, I appreciate that, and I would hope that others would understand that we have to have some kind of organization down here, and we're not just down here for somebody to come down, just point their finger and call you a bunch of names and that kind of stuff and think you're gonna get something done. It does not happen like that. I appreciate the way you have conducted yourself. I want you to know, and I don't want to speak for the administration, but I can say that they are serious. Council members are serious about looking at ways in order to get you all a raise. But we look to the administration over there to get us the leadership because they have to come with the numbers. And we're all serious. So I appreciate y'all coming down, and we're gonna call, the mayor's gonna call a meeting, and then we're gonna call a special council meeting again, so we can look at this problem. And I would hope that you all would conduct yourselves like you're doing right now. That's how men do business. Animals do business by shouting and pointing and calling names and all. People do that who are unintelligent. We try to conduct this meeting down here in a very intelligent manner. And I appreciate what you're doing. I'm gonna ask the other gentleman to come up, and we're gonna give you 3 minutes. And Ms. Johnson, we're gonna ask you to wrap this up. You find, Ms. Johnson, would you come and wrap this up?
Okay. Well, I would like to take the time out to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for hearing us this evening. We will be speaking with all our fellow employees next week. We got a couple of people coming in from Baton Rouge, and we're planning on having some programs put together at the Union Hall. So we just want to, move forward with this issue and take control of it and do what we need to do.
There you go.
As union representatives.
Yes, sir.
Well, I think I can wrap this up. I heard all of the deal. I've been here 14, 15. Well, I got 20.
Right.
20 years old experience. What the guys are saying about the trucks and all this. First of all, you got to have certified mechanics to work on them.
Okay.
When your shift cut off at 3 o'clock and they out to 7 o'clock picking up garbage, then you go park a truck that is broke down, he don't have a piece of equipment to come back in the next morning, the next business day to get in, and he's gonna take late, he's gonna be leaving late on his route. So you got to look at all of that type of factor or whatever, because if you having him over here, and it's not all about a solid waste issue. I just kept hearing Ms. McCullum, the solid waste. I work for field operation.
Okay.
Field operation means the water department.
That's right.
Without customer service, I can't do my job.
Right.
We cut off water, 500 to 600, 700 customers a day.
Right.
We pull water meters a day. We're an enterprise facility. We draw revenue. So it's not all about a solid waste issue. It's about the whole whole citywide, like the mayor stated. It was a real good idea that y'all guys got together to get together for a collective bargain.
Right.
The other deal that was passed, it was a real good idea. But those guys got to understand, everything have to be done in decent and order.
There you go.
It is not going to be decided on unless it's done in decent and order. And that's what the union is trying to put out there. It got to be done in decent and order, and then it have to be structured. So, customer service has their issues, water and sewers has their issues, SPA has their issues, administration has their issues, all of the other streets and drainage has their issues. But all of it still come back to one thing. It's the whole citywide. It's not just because he get off at 7 o'clock.
Right.
If he called me in the middle of the night saying, Miss Janie, sewer stopped up, I got to go out there and unstop that sewer.
That's right.
If the fire department calls and say they can't get no water out that hydrant, you know who they going to call? I got to go out there and find out why no water on that hydrant. Right. If we got a water main broke over there on Ockley, guess who they going to call? So it ain't all about solid waste or anything. It's a whole citywide issue. All of our jobs are important.
Right.
All of our jobs are important.
That's right.
But I'm going to close, though, and I appreciate it. The sibling, he talked to me. I talked with the mayor, me and Sheila, or whatever. It's a whole citywide issue. And it doesn't start with just a raise or anything. I heard the concerns of better work condition. How about we just change management? Maybe that's some of the problem. See, when you go micromanaging, maybe some of that's the problem. See, you can't run a fleet of trucks without the proper manager. Right. You know, first of all, if you're gonna buy Packers, lease them. Right. Turn them in for 5 years. Put the repairs on the leaser, and then you ain't have to worry about hiring the staff for the mechanics. Simple. We can start there. But anyway, that's another meeting. Right. I'm gonna get with Sheila, President. I wasn't supposed to speak, but you know, hey.
All right, let me say this. I appreciate you coming down, and Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna say this at the special city council meeting, and I want the union rep to hear this. Outsiders who are not workers and part of the union, these kind of folks will cause you problems. If you understand what I'm saying? We're going to do this in a decent and an organized way. And people who are not concerned, now, Mr. Mayor, I don't know who you're going to have in your meeting, but when we have the special meeting, we're going to keep those out.
Right.
We're going to keep those out. We're not going to have no screaming and acting up down here. It makes all of us look bad.
That's correct.
We are a civilized society, and we're going to handle this in a civilized manner. And the person that was doing all the screaming don't even work out there with you all. Matter of fact, these kind of people make it bad for you. Don't let them tell you that they make it good for you. I would suggest to you that don't go and have your meetings in their churches. Because if you do, then we're going to let them come up with a raise for you. I'm going to just be truthful with you. Because I'm not the kind of person that you come down here and scream at and kick at and all that kind of stuff, and you're going to scare me up to do something for you. I react better if you're nice, if you're civilized, because this is the way I am. So I would suggest this to the union. If you've been going to somebody's church who's going to come down and do that, I would suggest to you to don't do that no more. To don't do it, because you're not going to get anything done. We're going to handle this in a civilized manner, in an organized manner. And we're all concerned about y'all, because when you don't, when trash and stuff is not picked up, it makes the mayor look bad. If it's in my district, it makes me look bad. Tomorrow, Thursday, the CEO, Dale Sibley, and myself, and Mr. Harris back there, we're going to drive through the neighborhood, and I'm going to show them where there's a lot of trash that we need to get up. And you're right. I get calls about the sewage is stopped up. Get somebody out here. You have to go out there and do that. Not Tom, Dick, and Harry, if I'm making any sense to you. If you don't want to stop it, it makes the mayor look bad, it makes me look bad. So that's why we want to take care of you all's problem, but we got to do it in an organized and civilized manner, and we can't have folks coming down here screaming and acting like they wild, because it makes the union look bad. If they grandstanding, Appreciate you all coming. We're going to give the Ms. Johnson an opportunity to say the last thing, and then we're going to wrap it up here.
I'm done.
You done?
Yes, I'm done. Thank you so much.
Okay, we just want to give you the last word. David,
Shine.
so good to see you here.
Councilman Shine.
All right. Yes, ma'am.
Would you allow me to thank Councilman Sam Jenkins and Councilman Ron Webb for the legislation that has been brought forth?
Councilman, that's good. After this meeting is over with, we're gonna thank everybody. We're gonna move on. We have spent 3 hours already on this, so we're gonna move on. And after this, we just gonna thank all y'all, man. I'm gonna run over there and hug you. I'm not gonna kiss you. I might kiss Dale on that bald head, but Mr. Mayor, would you?
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Ron.
Would you let us move on from here to Ms. Farnell?
Absolutely.
Since we've spent 3 hours already.
Absolutely,
And
Mr. Shine.
I like your remarks a while ago.
And thank you much.
They were good, because a lot of times I think people don't understand even the problems that we go through. Chief, I appreciate what you did. We have to conduct this in a civilized manner. And, I can't let anybody just come in here and just take over just because they big and bad. And I tell them all the baddest people we got in town are the police folks. So I appreciate you doing that. Ms. Farnell, would you please come forward? And Marvin, I appreciate the way you conducted yourself. Very civilized. And Ms. Farnell, we've had you here all evening. Councilman Oliver Jenkins was talking about giving you an overtime raise. I told him we couldn't do that. Okay, anybody have any questions for Ms. Farnell? Mr. Jenkins, Mr. Sam Jenkins, before Ms. Farnell go to her seat, you have any questions for her?
No.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Sibley, do you have anything you'd like to say about the financial report?
No, sir. In the interest of time, y'all have it.
Thank you.
Questions, we can deal with next time.
I appreciate that. Ms. Scott, will you do yours in the interest of time? All right. Thank you very much. I see you. Got somebody back there with you, huh?
I'm pretty sure it's 6.
Young lady from Baylor. Public hearing. Mr. Sibley, I'm going to open it up and turn it over to you. Is that all right?
Yes, sir, it is, and Ms. Bonnie Moore with Community Development will present on behalf of the administration.
Ms. Moore, please come up. Public hearing is now declared open.
Good afternoon.
Okay,
I'm going to present to you the restoration tax abatement application for Shreveport ZV Housing Incorporated. It was first introduced on July 22nd. First, for the benefit of the public, to share a little bit about the restoration tax abatement program. The restoration tax abatement program is a tax incentive program through the state of Louisiana that encourages the expansion, the renovation, and the improvements of existing structures in qualifying economic development districts. The program allows commercial and residential property the opportunity to abate their taxes for 5 years. This means that for 5 years after the completion of the project, property owners will pay taxes based on the value of the property prior to the improvements made. It does not mean that they will not pay taxes. An RTA contract may be renewed for an additional 5 years. The property presented for consideration today is located at 1915 Passman Street in the Allendale neighborhood, and this is Councilwoman McCulloch's district. It is commonly known as Canaan Village. It was built in 1971, 9 buildings and 120 units, and was formerly owned by Mount Canaan Baptist Church and operated as a Section 8 low-income housing project. The ITEX Group purchased the property from Mount Canaan Baptist Church last year, or in early 2014, and expects to continue to serve in its existing use as a Section 8 low-income housing project. The property includes 8 two-story buildings, a one-story building that is a community center and office, and this is aligned with the Consolidated Strategy Plan to preserve affordable housing, as well as the Choice Neighborhoods Initiative. The improvements are very extensive. They include replacing the HVAC, vinyl siding, exterior staircases, doors and windows, gutters, spouts, fences, broken sidewalks, interior walls in the apartments, cabinets, playground equipment, and laundry room equipment. They plan to install an underground water system for sprinklers to create a community clubhouse with new furniture, exercise equipment, and computers. They plan to repair asphalt in the parking area and designated units with ADA compliance with appropriate signage and ramps. The total cost for this project is $8,989,133. Today, the assessment abatement from the city calculated at $20,204,000 per year for the next 5 years, with a total of $101,020. This can be extended for an additional 5 years. That's not included in the calculation. I have a few pictures to share with you, and as I'm sharing with these pictures with you, I want to let you know that there would be no displacement of residents. We have looked at...
Turn it on.
Oh, I got a side thing.
That's something Dale would do.
This is the existing parking lot. You might not can see it, but it's in pretty bad condition, and they're going to repair this, not the sidewalks, but the parking lot. This is the one-story community center. And they started construction in June, and it's anticipated to be completed in June of 2015. These are examples of the two-story units. There are 8 of them. They plan to replace the sidewalk in front of the building. Construction, as I indicated, has already started. It looks like they're doing some encapsulation or remediation of some type. And as you can see, they're working around the windows as well. Again, the construction started in June 14. It plans to extend for 1 year. It's extensive rehabilitation. It's much needed in that area. And we have with us today, if you have any questions as it relates to this project, Clark Colvin, who is the Vice President of ITEC. He's available to answer any questions relative to the project.
Thank you, Bonnie.
If I could just say a word, Mr. Chairman, if that would be okay.
Yes, sir.
We really appreciate the working relationship, and we deeply appreciate when a city provides a level of support through a tax exemption. It's very nice to know that when you're investing a good deal of money and guaranteeing that you have the support and that private investment is appreciated, and that we're trying to make this better for citizens of Shreveport. It's been a tough night for all of you, and I just thank you very much for your patience and public service. We really do appreciate what you do, and thank you for that. And we We really like this city. We've had a chance to visit with your downtown people, and we would like to continue to invest in this city. I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any, Mr.
Thank you. Any questions?
Not a question.
Sam, okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not a question, just a comment. Certainly appreciate the investment that you're making in that facility. That's become a hallmark in that area, and I'm glad to know that someone is interested enough into putting some money into bringing it around. It certainly houses a lot of people over in that area, and I just know that's going to be a positive thing for our city and for that area of the town. So thank you for the investment.
Councilman, we thank you so much, and I would say that we not only develop these and construct them, but we also will manage these. So we're going to be with you for the entire 40-year period of the affordability of this.
Fantastic.
Yes.
I think it's great.
And one thing that I would appreciate that you would look at, maybe some type of educational program.
Yes, sir. We offer we own about 40 developments, mostly in East Texas. This is our first venture into Louisiana. But we do provide a number of services, including GED and other types of services. We typically take our social services people that work for us, and we'll customize a program that fits for this area.
Okay.
And we'd be very interested in your input as well as the people that live there.
Not only the GED, but basically kind of talking about the people that live there, about the upkeep of the property, you know, and maybe an educational program from that sense. The GED programs, you know, we could kind of leave that to the school system, but you know, from a standpoint of how you need to maintain and, you know, to keep your property, and maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm asking too much, but kind of program on behavior and that kind of stuff, you know.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, you're absolutely right, and it's been my privilege to rehab a number of units in the Texas area, and it's always amazing to see people when they get something that's really nice and new. There's going to be over $41,000 spent on each unit out there.
Right.
And when they get this, it's all going to be new, appliances and all of it, and it's and we do need to train, and they take a great deal of pride in this, and I think we'll see that. We want to have a good partnership with the city, police department, to make sure that this is going to be managed correctly, and it's going to be something that's not going to be a problem for the city, but it's going to be a real asset to the city.
You had an opportunity to see firsthand tonight how important education and behavior and that kind of stuff is, that, you know, and I'm because if you don't, you can put $41,000 in it, and 6 years later, it seems like you hadn't done anything to it. If we don't have an appreciation, you know,
That's a wonderful,
civilized
that's a
society.
wonderful suggestion, and
Right.
we will take
Please
that
look at that.
and do that, you bet.
Please look at that.
Yes, sir.
Because sometimes you can have schools like Centenary or Southern, or even the mayor's school down the road there, Grambling. You know, they will send workers in, you know, who need some college credits, you know, to help, because that's gonna be important, because you don't wanna invest a lot of money in something in 6 or 7 years and
Yeah, I
man, we did that a
understand,
few
you
years
bet.
ago out with those projects out there in my district. Maybe I don't want to call the name, but you know, we spent about $3 or $4 million improving them, and 8 years later, you know, you go back out and it looked like nothing was spent, because we didn't put that educational component in, you know, where we didn't kind of work with people on how you need to keep your place up, you know, how you need to act, you know, because and you don't want everything. This is yours. Be proud of it, and don't let everything come in. you know. So this is what I'm kind of talking about. If we could kind of do that, it would really be good.
Yes, and we do. We inspect these units once a month.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. All right, anybody want to speak in favor of this?
Chairman?
Resolution, yes.
We just want to express the administration's enthusiastic support of this effort. We believe this is a tremendous investment, and
That's
as
right.
you mentioned, the kinds of issues that you guys just got through discussing,
Right.
Education and
Right.
effective management.
Right.
Having the kind of folks on board that
Right.
hold people accountable,
Right.
ensuring that you end up setting a standard for folks. They don't meet it, then you show them
That's
off the property.
that's what we
So-
want, Mayor.
But this is going to be a very much welcome addition to the neighborhood. I spent a lot of time at the Ingersoll Elementary School adjacent to there. My grandfather was the first custodian back in 1956 to
Get outta here,
76.
boy.
And so I know that area extremely well.
Get outta here.
Played as a
All
youngster with children who lived in the complex. And I know the school is no longer open as an elementary school, but I think it does serve as in fact, these kinds of improvements that may help repopulate that neighborhood could tend to serve as the
I
basis
just thought
for
one thing you
reopening the
left
school.
out. Your sister was over there about 2 years ago as a counselor
That is correct.
at that school.
Yeah.
Dale, you see that?
Absolutely.
I got him on that.
So,
All right.
welcome to the area. Very much delighted to have you there. And even though this is will offer some incentives from a taxing standpoint, I believe I am correct, and Bunny, you'll correct me if I'm wrong. When it was owned by the good folks at Mount Canaan, we got zero taxes from it because we don't tax folks with that type of status. So the fact that we have it on the tax rolls at all ends up meaning it's contributing positively to the city of Shreveport at this point.
That's good.
Welcome,
Thank
good
you.
to have you.
We appreciate it. We will be working with you. Now, anybody else want to speak in favor of this? Anybody want to speak in opposition? Because it looks like I had one person that signed, Ms. Moore, that wanted to speak on this subject.
I think I was mistaken. I think it's 126.
Oh, I'm sorry. I got the wrong
I know,
information.
it is-
Jeff
it
doesn't
is-
generally be wrong now.
It is 126, actually. No, I wasn't
Wait a
wrong.
minute.
Who's on the?
Yeah, 126. Where's that's
That might be
Calvin?
the gentleman that just spoke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Charge that to my head, not my heart.
In case Miss Bonnie didn't want me to speak.
Okay. If not, Mr. Sibley?
Yes,
we'll
sir.
close this hearing down.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
Public hearing closed. Okay, adding legislation, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, there are 4 items. Two of them, 135A and 141A, will replace, hopefully, 135 and 141, because all of the language
Mr.
that
Sam
should-
Jenkins, will you be ready to make the motion to add that? The legislation that Mr. Thompson is proposing?
All right, Mr. Chairman. All of the language that should have been in the title was not in the title, so we're correcting that with the revised ordinances. And both of those concern alcoholic beverages at various events in the city on a one-time basis. 151 authorizes the city of Shreveport to hire professionals in conjunction with the potential current or advance refunding of any eligible general obligation bonds, water and sewer bonds, and/or other revenue or refunding bonds of the city for the purpose of attaining savings for the city and/or its taxpayers through the issuance of refunding bonds and otherwise providing with respect thereto. And 156 is a resolution authorizing the mayor to dedicate Milam Street between Common Street and Austin Place in honor of James Burton on his 75th birthday and otherwise providing with respect thereto. So those are 4 items that can be added to the agenda, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, before you make the motion, is there anybody that would like to speak in favor of adding the following legislation to the agenda? Is there anyone in here who would like to speak in opposition of adding the legislation to the agenda? If not, Councilman Sam Jenkins, I'll accept the motion.
All right, Mr. Chairman, so move to add each item.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Sam Jenkins and second by Councilman Jeff Everson that we would add the legislation that was read by Mr. Thompson to the agenda. Any questions? If not, all in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. With a 7-0 vote, legislation has been added to the agenda. Now, Mr.
Mr.
Thompson.
Chairman, we are now under the consent agenda legislation, paragraph 8. There is one resolution that can be acted upon today. It's 130. It authorizes 1830 Leonard Road to connect to the water and sewer system of the city of Shreveport.
It's been moved by Councilman Mike Carvin, second by Councilman Jeff Everson. I'm sorry, Oliver Jenkins. Any questions or discussion at this point? If not, let's vote in favor. Against, yea. This piece of legislation passes with a 7-0 vote. Charles, I don't generally do this, but why don't you come up and we're gonna let you speak. Yeah.
Yeah, we might want to do Sammy too, so we can get the ball.
Yeah, and Sammy, we're gonna do you after him, so we can get you out of here and you all can.
Ride the bus a lot.
Yeah.
Right there on Linwood, let me get
I tell you, yeah, before you do that, come up and give us your name and your address.
I'm at 3929 Arlene Lane.
Okay.
Before Louisiana. I went to Bethune, you know that. Hey, who was the one on?
And Texas Southern, and you played professional football.
I want to say that.
Give it
I
all.
was supposed to be in that Hall of
Give
Fame.
it all,
Louisiana.
Charles.
I supposed to got in there this year. He told me the guy who started the one over in over here signed for it. I supposed to be. I'm around that area now, but I have to go back and forth. Let me ask one. Who's the one in district over there by the Linwood, the bridge going toward LSU? Who over that area?
Bridge going towards.
District over there, going Linwood, going from the freeway.
A great raft.
Make it right there.
Oh, that's
Had
me.
19
That's Jeff. Yeah.
1950, that bridge,
Oh, yeah.
that bridge, who worked that?
That's gonna be in my district, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you in Oliver district, okay. I thought everybody got that one bridge got fixed was over in Cedar Grove, no, 7th Street and Fern. That's your district, right, Mr. Jenkins?
Okay,
Oliver
you're talking about the state
Fern.
highway project?
Yeah, that bridge was sidewalk. I was on the bus.
I think you're talking about the road widening of 70?
That bridge was widened and sidewalks and everything was built. I was right there. I was on Linwood. Now Linwood, I was on the bus. I had my go-kart. I couldn't get off the bus, and there ain't no sidewalk right there on the bus. And with I had to hurry up and get out that chair because I couldn't.
And that's on the Linwood side?
Yeah, Linwood with a little cover where you catch the bus at right there.
As you're approaching
Yeah, I got
Texas?
off my little chair and I couldn't have no sidewalk, didn't have no ramp or nothing.
Okay.
I had nothing to get there, and it was really bad. And the sidewalk in the streets, right there in Shreveport, we have Checkerboard Square all over the city of Shreveport. Checkerboard Square, they just Checkerboard Square in the whole place. Just rebuilding the whole streets with checkerboard, new concrete, just putting sections in each section.
Yeah, you wanna explain it to him?
Checkerboard Square, I don't know. I really like to have a citizen investigation on about this stuff. Really, I'd like to have that because Bossier don't play. They world champions over there. They fix their streets. They tear up all their streets. They tear them up, put up everything. They put up new concrete, everything. I don't know, in the neighborhood, my truck is out of line right now. And then my friend just had put struts on his truck. He had tore them all up because of the streets of Shreveport. Streets of Shreveport is the baddest thing in the United States.
Man,
Yeah. No, I'm looking at all of them. Y'all hear about it, the city council, the whole city of Shreveport streets is all screwed up. Everywhere I go is a big pothole or something. Everywhere.
Mr. Harris.
I'm living in Shreveport 60 years. I've been born. And then, I like to say that, what you saying? What you talking about? What you trying to, who you looking at?
I'm looking for Mr. Harris so he can explain to you what those checkerboards are about.
Well, they ain't not no real streets. I know that. They Checkerboard Square. I know that. That's what it still look like to me. You hop this place, you hop over there, and you hop through
It should be regular, good concrete. We got that development, what they call it, my friend Frank Hawkins, I talked to him, he was city council in Vegas. He told me the development community block grant. We're supposed to have the development block grant. What is that?
CDBG.
Community
Development Block Grant dollars, federal dollars.
Yeah, we supposed to have federal dollars. They supposed to fix them streets up. Cause I pay my tax, I've been paying taxes for 60 years myself here in Shreveport.
Well, let me ask you this. Would you like to have an answer to what you are asking? Are you just talking?
I'm just letting you know what's going on, what I see.
I'm saying, would you like to have an answer to that?
Well, you know, I see Bossier fixing their streets up like professional.
Would you like for Mr. Harris?
No, I don't need, that's the city. I'm going to Nevada. I'm going to Nevada.
Oh, okay. Well, he just talking. I
ain't talking. I can do, because I know I can go where I want to go. And so it's America. I'm just saying, but I'm saying my mother picked out, and then I wanted to get in the Hall of Fame. I like to get in the Hall of Fame before my mother passed away. She 89 years old. She already had breast cancer. But I'm gonna have a pension term in December because of breast cancer. Because my mother stayed here a little, because the doctor over where she go see it, she stayed here a little while long. You know, so I'm gonna do that in December. I'm working on that now. Some of my friends be talking about them getting that done. So I'm gonna do that. And for Mr. Moody and Mr. Brook, I'm at it fishing tournament and the scholarship funds. I'm still working on that. So that's one of my dreams, you know. And I'm working on that. And all I want to do, how many minutes I got? I got 2 more minutes.
Yeah, you got 2 more minutes. It said time expired, but we're gonna give you 2 more minutes.
I can stand up a little while longer. I'm getting better. Just left out of therapy. I'm getting much better now.
Yeah, it seems like you're walking a whole lot better.
Oh yeah, I am. Yeah. And so I just wanted to mention that. Just check up Old Square all over the city. And then the bridge right there. I thought y'all gonna do all the bridges together. Since y'all did that bridge, you can do that 1950 bridge on Linwood and have some better place.
Man, you got to start printing some more money.
Get off on the. When you get on ramp and have when I get off the bus, if I get back in my chair, I'm not planning on getting back in that go-kart. To get off, and I couldn't walk but you couldn't drive. You couldn't get off at all.
I'll look into that. I appreciate you letting me know that. And then
so there's no sidewalks right there to go up.
I think I know where you're talking about. I'll take a drive by and look at it too.
Yeah, it's right there on the cone, right there. When you get off the shed, right there where you sit down for the bus.
Got it. And just to let you know, the next bridge that I think is scheduled for a major renovation is the Murphy Street Viaduct, which is not far from there. But that's the next one you're going to see worked on.
We don't want Charles going to Las Vegas.
Make a point to Mr. Harris and Robert.
What about the Hall of Fame?
Get with them over there so they'll know specifically where that location is to make sure they're clear on it.
What about the Hall of Fame?
We lobbying for you, Pro. And I will say this, I hope you.
I got my world championship ring. Y'all need to see it again.
And what about
everybody world champion, bro? Everybody in there except me.
And I know everybody in the Texas Southern family.
Well, Strahan, he got in the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
I was gonna go, y'all, but I'm gonna invite him.
All right, now the last thing I want to share with you.
Better play on Strahan.
Well, now.
No, but I think Ed Jones should have got in there for Strahan myself.
Yeah, well.
Really, but that's sports writers.
We got to work on that.
As a Cowboy fan, I can't argue with that.
Well, he got you there because he was ever when football was football. He got in there. I don't know how to use. I really where he come from. He came to TSU. I think he was after.
I think those 2 years boxing cost Too Tall Jones.
Yeah, I think they got mad at that.
But
he wanted more money.
I will share this with you. I was recently reading or reviewing some information in the biography of Mayor Jim Gardner, who was a city council member from 1978 to 82. He mentioned that in 1978, when the first year of the new form of government, the CDBG allocation for the city of Shreveport in 1978 was $4 million. You know what that CDBG allocation is in 2014? $1.7 million.
Okay. See, I'm not too good. I like the government. I'm just staying around and checking
so
out.
in just absolute dollars, you got more than a 50% cut. There's no telling what a 1978 dollar would be in 2000.
Charles gonna get some money for concussions too.
The what?
Concussions.
That's mine.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I played.
Yeah, Charles gonna get some money for that. So, man, we might be able to go to Vegas. Look, while we're here, I believe you all have been sitting there so long. You all were here for taxi You all come on up.
You said Sammy was gonna be
Let's do
next.
Sammy.
I'm sorry, I'm
Let's do
dead. Come on,
Sammy.
Sammy. Wait, come on, Sammy, and then you all. See, they really here for some business. Is the chief out there for the taxi? Okay, come on, Sammy.
Yes, Sammy Mears, 1901 Centenary Boulevard, Apartment M110, Shreveport, Louisiana, 71101. And I'm not here to scream, point, or yell. You have my word.
Please don't, Sammy. I've had enough of that today.
I won't. I have come to ask.
You're intelligent,
for a little. I have asked to come for a little bit of help on the Labor Day telethon, which is coming up in a few weeks, in the month of September. I've been raising money for MDA again, as I have over the past 25 years now, and all I would ask is if anyone can help me with the Labor Day telethon again, I'd appreciate that very much, because the Muscular Dystrophy Association has meant a lot to me over the past 25 years, and I'm always looking forward to giving to them, as they'll probably be sending me a letter in the mail saying that there's a deadline that I have to meet. And I want to do the best I can to help them out. So any support you can give would really be of help, and anyone out there listening, just help me if you could, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Sammy. You all come, Chief, do you all have in the taxi? Oh, you got somebody here? Yes. Thank you, Chief. They have sit here so. I appreciate y'all sitting there so nice and quiet, but you see what a job it is down here. Yeah, see what a job it is down here. You know, if you don't do what folks want you to do, they call you a bunch of names. But all that's a part of it. You know.
My name is.
Take it with a grain of salt.
My name is Guy DeMarais, Shreveport Police Vehicle for Hire. I apologize for yesterday. I was told that he had been taken off the agenda.
Right.
Otherwise I would have been here. The matter that is here before the council today is regarding an incident that occurred on June 3rd. I was contacted by the manager for VIP Taxi, who Mr. Relaford was driving for at the time, indicating that drivers that were at an inspection site on Ellaby Road, where his vehicle was being, the taxi meter was being inspected by the State Department of Agriculture. This meeting had been set up several weeks prior to, and because of the circumstance that there was a complaint that Mr. Relaford may be operating on the influence of some substance, I indicated to to the manager that she should have him contact me regarding that so I could observe his condition. He did in fact come down, and by observation determined that there was a possibility he needed to be given field sobriety test, which I called an officer in to conduct that field sobriety. She did in fact, and determined that there was additional need for further testing, so he was placed in the unit and taken down to our DWI unit, where he was given an opportunity to take a breathalyzer and scored a .096 on the breathalyzer. This was 11:17 when the officer was dispatched to the police department. The inspection that occurred regarding his taxi meter occurred, or was set up for 8 or 8:30 that morning. When we contacted Mr. Relaford, he indicated that at the end of his shift that morning, he had in fact consumed several beverages, and because of his statement and his the appearance of his condition, that was the reason why he was tested. Because of the blood alcohol content, he was subsequently given a suspension pending the outcome of his court case, and I was contacted city court. It was his arraignment was July the 24th. I don't know what the outcome of that was. That's the reason why the action was taken against Mr. Relaford regarding a suspension.
Well, let me ask you this before you, do we have any recommendations from you?
This is a first offense DUI for Mr. Relaford. I'm certainly open to whatever the council decides they want to do.
All right. Do we have any questions from any of the council members?
I got a lot, because I'm a little confused on this, so,
You think maybe we ought to hear from him?
yeah, I'd be happy to hear his side of the story, there's a lot of, I mean, maybe it's obvious to those of us.
Let me say, before you, I mean, anybody got any questions for the, from the police department right quick?
I do have
Okay,
a question.
come on.
Has this case gone to court? Have you gone to court on it?
I went to court, pre-trial hearing.
So that was his arraignment on July the 24th, and they would have set a court date for him with regards to that. The ordinance with regards to this particular circumstance, Chapter 10262, Paragraph 2, indicates that if an individual has been convicted of an offense of driving under the influence, Paragraph 3 states that if he is presently charged therewith and pending the outcome of that case, the suspension would be placed on his permit pending the outcome.
Okay, if you don't have no more questions for the officer, then Mr. Rutherford, we'll let you come up. You know.
How y'all doing?
I need some help in conducting this.
First of all, I got a call from my job.
I'm sorry, you ready? You ready?
I got a call from my job that morning. I told my boss. She told me to go and get the car inspected. And I told her that I had been drinking the night before. I said I need time to go and get myself situated.
Right.
And then I would go and get the vehicle inspected.
Okay.
She told me there's no exceptions. If I don't get up there right now, I could lose my job. The car would be put out of commission. And I can also have she can also have the car saying that I stole the vehicle. Wow. So my first impression is I don't need no auto theft on my record. I don't need nothing. I don't want to lose my job. So I wasn't just congratulating anything because I was drinking the night before. So I get up and go. So I go back home. I get another call. You need to go to the police station to see Officer Guy and get your vehicle inspected a second time. I said I just passed my inspection, Miss Cindy. I saw him at home in bed. I'm trying to go back to sleep. She said, get up there right now, Lewis, no exceptions. She said, if you don't go right now, we're going to send the police to your house. Go to the police station. I said, so I'm getting my car inspected, right? I asked for Officer Guy, drive up there, park the vehicle, put the vehicle on the meter for an hour, walked around the police station and looked for Officer Guy. As soon as he approached me, he asked me to do a breathalyzer and a sobriety test. And I'm thinking I'm doing I told my boss already what my condition was. She forced me with all these allegations, so I had no choice but to leave. So as soon as I get up there and arrive to the police station, then when they start giving me sobriety tests, I'm thinking I'm here for get my vehicle inspected, but now y'all, as soon as I walk through the door, it don't have anything to do with this. I could have been at home in the safety of my home. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was trying to get myself situated. Because I don't drink and drive. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't do anything out of ordinary. I don't get in trouble. I don't drink and drive at all. That's why I prefer to stay at home. Like I told my boss, let me just rest up a little bit. I need a couple hours. And once he did the breathalyzer test, he said, all you need is like 30 more minutes of rest, and you would have been sober. And I was trying to explain it to my boss, just let me get a little more rest. Because I know my body. I drive 14 hours a day. Right. Literally, every day, 14 hours a day, back and forth down the highways all day. So once I get out of work, I have me a couple of beers. I'm not going to lie. I have me a couple of beers, and I go to sleep. I don't be out in the street just driving, riding around like that. I'm at home. So when I did drink, I went to sleep. I got that call that morning to get my vehicle inspected. And I kept on pleading with her. She called me 3 times back to back. No exceptions, Lewis. You have to get up. Kept on making these allegations. You're going to go to jail. You're going to lose your job. So I just did what I felt was right. But basically, I don't just ride around drinking and driving. I don't do anything out of there. I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Let Councilman Oliver Jenkins ask you a question.
Do you have any, your boss, her name's in here, I can't remember what her name is, but has she written any letter to corroborate this whole statement?
I haven't spoken with him since they filed me. I haven't spoken with him. I don't know anything they have going on right now.
I mean, I think that helps your story.
Well, I have a text message in my phone when she texted me and said Mr. Guy called her. I said, well, why won't Mr. Guy call you? I have a text message. I saved this on my phone. I said, well, Mr. Guy called you? She said, I don't know. I don't know what Mr. Guy wants you. You got to go out there and see. I have the text message saved. I'll say, okay, y'all sending me for Y'all supposed to send me to get my vehicle inspected. What's going on? You know what I'm saying? I had to text me to collaborate everything I'm insinuating. So I mean, it was just all just up in the air. I didn't know what was going on, literally.
Okay, no, because, I mean, I'm more concerned about how you get down there in the beginning. I mean, if you tell the woman that, hey, I shouldn't be driving, and she says you have to go drive,
yes,
or you're gonna get fired.
Yes.
I mean, we got some issues there.
Right.
I mean, that's kind of a problem for me. Now, I'm not saying you're not telling the truth, but I'd like some data that supports.
That's the truth.
I mean, I'm not debating it. But that's basically your argument, right? That you were sort of being
forced
to go. So I
I'm
would
not
like
only forced, but threatened too at the same time.
I got you. I would like something from her that says that she did do this.
Well, now, when you say that, I just want to be sure. You want something from her saying he was required to go, because I don't think she would probably give us something saying, I told him to drive a vehicle when he told me he was
I mean, I have a text message in my phone.
She told him I'm his mother.
Yeah, she told me.
She kept calling and telling him, but I didn't want him to go.
She
But
kept
he-
calling.
I believe she
called
might
me.
have.
She kept
Repeatedly.
calling, telling you
Yeah.
to go get
Yeah.
the vehicle inspected.
After I told her that I couldn't make it.
I don't mean no harm, but she might have been a bossy lady, so I
Hey, she
believe
is. Miss
might-
Cindy, she is real.
I
she is-
believe she might have.
Yeah, Miss.
Excuse me, I told him don't work for us. She was.
Yeah, Miss Cindy, she's like that. She's very, very cutthroat, and I'm not the only one. She's, you know what I'm saying? Just,
Could we do this, council? Could we put him on probation so he won't lose his ability to make a living?
that's the only
Yeah.
all I have.
It's on the police department.
Absolutely.
I promise y'all wouldn't ever see my face before the board or anything. Or
You're right.
Jail, anything.
Okay, you wanna,
I just want to make you be sure that you're aware of the fact that with a conviction, if he does get a conviction, that's an automatic year that he can't drive. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let's put him on probation until, what you say, you gotta go to court?
Yes, sir, on September 10th.
Okay, Councilman Jenkins and Jenkins.
I'm talking about legal counsel here, so I want to make
Yeah, that's
sure
what
I
I'm
got
saying.
my-
Could we?
Make sure I got my story straight over here.
Right, could we put him on probation until he goes to court?
I can support that.
I
Okay.
can support that.
All right.
I mean, it's going to be seen in September. I mean, I don't want
Yeah.
this deal to linger on till September of 2015 on this court case.
No, it's September 2014, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, let's put him on probation until.
Let's give him 60 days of probation, and
Okay.
just in case the court date switches a little bit.
Okay, so move.
And second, can I just get some clarification too, Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman? I support that. With him being on probation, will he be able to get his license to drive a taxi? Or so he can get a
his driver's license won't be affected, but his permit to drive will be, because the ordinance, unless y'all,
Let's give him that.
we have
Sam.
another appearance and you decide to change, or to allow him to drive.
Let's
But
get-
the ordinance
'cause we want him to make a
specifically
living.
says that on a conviction, can be suspended and cannot reapply for a year from the date of the conviction.
Let's give him that.
So what, I'm just trying to be clear, what
Okay.
we're doing today is put him on probation that will allow him to be able to drive a taxi, is what you're saying
Until his court,
after?
until his court
Right,
date.
until his
and
court date, okay.
determination is made.
It's been moved by the chair, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. All in favor, let's vote. Okay,
So they'll come back
okay, the
after
motion
we get
passes
something from the
with
court?
a
They'll
five,
come
six,
back?
six
No,
vote.
he's automatically-
Yeah,
If
right.
he's convicted, he's
There's
Right,
no
if he's
reason
convicted,
for
he's
him to come
automatic.
back unless he decides to appeal it again. The suspension will be, once we're notified that there is a conviction, then the chief of police or his appointing authority, or person, that each, myself, would suspend him again, and then he could reapply for another hearing. But the ordinance is specific that once he's convicted, then it's a year's time frame that he would not be able to drive.
Okay. But if he is not convicted, then would he come back here in front of us?
There would be no need for him to
No,
come
no,
back.
okay.
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Rutherford,
60
he'll
days would
explain it
be.
to you.
Yes, sir.
And your mother down there, he looks just like you. Take care of yourself now.
Yes,
We
sir.
don't want you to lose your ability to make a living, yeah?
Only way I'm living, I have.
How many kids you got?
I have 2.
You got two, all right. Well, you,
Already behind on child
all right,
support.
that's all right. You can start on two more then, because you know you got a job. You got two, you can start on two. Oh, okay then. All right, well, be satisfied with those two then. All right, thank you very much. All right, I believe we just about have cleaned up everything. Let's get back up. We're gonna let you, get us, cause, Jeff got a church appointment he has to get to.
Mr. Chairman, we're now under resolutions on second reading and final passage. The council has adopted 123. We're on 124. It authorizes the mayor to execute a donation agreement between the city and Wallace Lake Development LLC. The owner and acting herein through Whit Carruthers, manager for the facilities to serve St. Andrews Subdivision Unit Number 1.
It's been moved by Councilman Jeff Everson, second by Councilman Mike Carvin. Any questions or discussion? If not, all in favor vote yes. It passes with a, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we can count, all of 6. Thank you. All right, Mr. Thompson, please.
125 recommends the endorsement and adoption of the Regional Food System Master Plan prepared by...
Been moved by Councilman Jeff Everson, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. All in favor vote yes, opposed no. Let me say this to our two visiting ladies there. Okay, this passes with what, 5 or 6, with
Are you voting yes
yes.
or no?
Ladies, we don't generally have this much chaos in our council meetings.
We don't?
It's just happened to be,
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you give me a hand vote, yay?
yeah, this just happens to be one of those when we have a lot of problems. But you see what you have to deal with sometimes, huh? All right.
126 was the subject of the public hearing. It states the City of Shreveport's endorsement of Shreveport CV Housing LLC to participate in the benefits of the Louisiana...
What's the pleasure?
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Sam Jenkins, second by Councilman Jeff Everson. All in favor vote yes, opposed no. This piece of legislation passes with a 6-0 vote.
131
Hey,
suspends...
Chief, thank you here.
Thank you very much.
All right.
131 suspends the effect of certain provisions of Chapter 10 and Chapter 106 of the Code of Ordinances on Saturday, September the 20th, 2014, in connection with the fundraising effort of Shreveport Moose Lodge 32-239, and to otherwise provide with respect to...
Been moved by Councilman
Yeah, all we
Webb,
did was
second.
just change dates on this one, and
Okay.
that wasn't part of the original, so.
Second by Councilman Sam Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
All in favor vote yes, opposed no. Piece of legislation passes with a 6-0 vote, 1 out of the chamber.
132 declares the city's interest in certain adjudicated properties as surplus.
Moved by Councilman Michael Carvin, second by the chair. All in favor vote yea or nay. The legislation passes with a 6-0 vote.
Sir. 133 also declares the city's interest in certain adjudicated properties as surplus.
Moved by the chair, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins. All in favor vote yes, opposed no. This piece of legislation passes with a 6-0 vote, 1 out of the chamber.
134 declares certain adjudicated properties to be surplus, which will authorize the mayor...
Moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvin. All in favor vote yes, opposed no. This piece of legislation passes with a 6-0 vote.
Mr. Chairman, we would ask for a motion to remove 135 from the...
So moved by the chair, second by the vice chairman. All in favor vote yes, opposed no. This piece of legislation has been removed from the agenda.
Excuse me, Mr. Sam Jenkins?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
That was in the back page.
Resolution 135A, which replaces 135...
Been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Sam Jenkins.
Yes, sir.
All right, all in favor vote yes, opposed no. This piece of legislation passes.
Resolution 136 suspends the effects of certain provisions of Chapter 10 and Chapter 106.
Been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvin. Let's vote. Legislation passes by.
Oliver Jenkins?
Yeah. Man, I'm sorry, we got a little bit out of hand today, but you know how it is.
Well, I got some pizza in back for you just to make up for that.
Now, look, you gonna make me hug you, and you know. You know. You know what they gonna say. You wanna offer a couple of pieces to our visitors right there from Houston, Texas?
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, and I see my friend sitting right behind him. You know, I wouldn't leave him out. Yeah.
All part of the team.
Yeah, Brother Washington now. Gonna make a fine preacher one day. Okay,
About to offer Marvin, but I'm not quite sure if I might not cross some dietary prohibitions.
oh, okay. Wait a minute now. Mr. Thompson, I'm sorry.
137 suspends the effects of certain provisions of Chapter 10 and Chapter 106 relative to the Louisiana Film Prize Festival.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvey. Let's vote. This piece of legislation passes with a 6-0 vote.
138 suspends the effects of certain provisions of Chapter 10 and Chapter 106 relative
Been moved by
to
Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvey. Let's vote. Piece of legislation passes with the 6-0 vote.
139 suspends the effects of certain provisions of Chapter 10 relative to Summerfest.
Been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvey. Let's vote. Passes with the 6-0 vote.
You got even beat laughing.
I don't have to take even up yet.
They pushing me over here. They pushing me over here.
Y'all slow down, you're making me look bad.
No, B, you ready?
140 suspends the effects of certain provisions of Chapter 10 and 106 relative.
Been moved by Councilman Carvin, second by the chair. Favor? Vote yes. The 6-0 vote.
141, we would ask that it be removed from the agenda.
It's been moved by Councilman Everson, Councilman Sam Jenkins. Okay, this piece of legislation has been removed from the agenda with a 6-0 vote.
Resolutions 141A suspends Chapter 10 and 106 for the downtown Rotary Club's Red
Been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvin. Let's vote. Passes with a 6-0 vote.
Sean, try it again.
Okay.
142 authorizes the mayor to dedicate the 100 through the 1100 blocks of Allen Avenue in honor of Dr.
Been moved by Councilman Everson, second by
Already
Councilman
done.
Carvin.
We already adopted it, huh?
Jenkins, all, okay, let's vote.
142 and 143, Mr. Chairman, sorry about that.
Oh, yeah, we've done that already. That's right, we've done that.
Resolutions
It's
150.
been so long ago until I thought maybe it was yesterday when we did that.
Resolution 156 authorizes the mayor to dedicate Malum Street between Common Street and Austin Place in
So
honor of
moved.
James Burton for their introduction at
I-
his birthday.
Oh, no, that's one that was added today. That's the
Second.
final one that was.
Okay, Councilman Everson and Councilman Carvin. Let's vote. 6-0 vote in favor.
We're now on the introduction of resolutions not to be adopted prior to August the 26th.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
before you go on, Sam, Stan, I want to ask that you guys try and get us ready to get the James Burton one in ready for the festival that'll come up 22nd through the 24th, I believe.
Correct.
So if we can fast track that one, we want to have it in effect for the 3-day festival coming up.
I'm told that the CEO will provide VIP tickets to all council members.
As soon as I get them.
Oh. Look, what time we gonna do that? 2 o'clock Thursday?
I'll need to get with you, Mr. Sean.
Please. Okay. Because now we can't do it Thursday morning.
I'll need to get with you.
Thursday afternoon?
Yeah, Thursday afternoon.
Because between Stan and I, our schedules are a little crazy, but I'll
That's
get
what I'm
with you.
saying. If not, then we'll have to look at another date. I hope Saturday's out of the question, but you know how hard we work here in Shreveport. We work on Saturday
24/7?
and Sundays if we have to. Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to impress these people from Houston. Let them know we work hard around here.
How many other council meetings go 5 hours?
Okay. Art?
We're now on the introduction of resolutions. The first is 144. It authorizes the employment of special legal counsel to represent the city. I believe it's John Nicholson. 145 authorizes the use of certain city-owned equipment by the Junior League of Shreveport-Bossier. 146 authorizes the use of certain equipment by North Shreveport Business Association. 147 authorizes use of certain equipment by Sports Spectrum Race Management. 148 authorizes the use of equipment by Barksdale Air Force Base. 149 authorizes the execution of a cooperative endeavor agreement with Get Up, Inc. 150 authorizes the mayor to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the Rotary Club. 151 authorizes the use of certain equipment by the Holland Area Partnership. 152 authorizes the use of certain equipment by the Susan G. Coleman Race for the Cure. 153 authorizes the city to hire professionals in conjunction with the issuance of not to exceed $93,500,000 general obligation bond series 2014 for the purposes set forth in the propositions approved in an election held on April the 2nd, 2011. 154 authorizes the city of Shreveport to hire professionals in conjunction with the issuance of not to exceed $75 million water and sewer revenue bonds in one or more series for the purpose of financing the cost of acquisition and construction of improvements, extensions, and replacements to the water and sewer utility system of the city. One was added on, which can be voted on. It authorizes the city to hire professionals in conjunction with the potential current or advanced refunding of any eligible general obligation bonds, water and sewer bonds, and/or other revenue or refunding bonds of the city for the purpose of attaining savings for the city and/or its taxpayers through the issuance of refunding bonds and otherwise providing with respect thereto. All of those items can be introduced.
So moved for introduction.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Carmen for introduction. It's been seconded by Councilman Everson. Any questions or discussion at this point? If not, let's vote for introduction. They will be introduced and they will lay over for 2 weeks. At that time, they may or may not be voted upon. Did we vote? It's 5-0.
We're now in the introduction of ordinances not to be adopted prior to August the 26th. 78 amends and reenacts portions of Article 11, Chapter 42 of the Code of Ordinances relative to street performers and otherwise provides with respect thereto. 78 amends the 2014 general fund budget. Number 80 amends the 2014 capital improvements budget. 81 amends the 2014 budget for the general fund. Those are all to be introduced.
So moved for introduction.
It's been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvin for introduction. Any questions or discussion? If not, the following legislation was introduced with a 5 vote, 2 out of the chamber. They will lay over for 2 weeks. At that time, they may or may not be voted upon.
We're now in the ordinances on second reading and final passage. Number 70 declares the city's interest in certain vacant property as surplus and our intention to donate certain vacant property acquired by community development or Phase 3 of Concordia Place development to Fuller.
Been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvin. Any questions or discussion? If not, let's vote. Passes with a 5-0 vote, 2 out of the chamber.
Number 72 declares the city's interest in certain vacant property as surplus and our intentions to donate certain vacant property acquired by community development via foreclosure to Hope for the Homeless, Inc.
Sam, that's yours.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Jenkins, second by Councilman Carvin and Everson, since it's so important. All right, let's vote. 5-0 vote. Legislation passes.
73 amends the 2014 capital improvements budget. This modifies funds to 8 existing utility projects, opens 1 new project, and closes 1 project.
Been moved by Councilman Carvin, second by Councilman Everson. Any questions or discussion? If not, let's vote. Passes with a 5-0 vote.
75A,
Wait, hold on. I think the computer was backed up a little bit.
Computer was slow, and I never got through voting, and
I mean, I think
he was already announcing the vote.
Ron. Okay, Ron. Okay, Ron, I thought you had voted. Okay,
Wasn't clear to
5-0
vote
vote.
on it yet. It didn't come up.
Oh, okay. 5-0 vote, B.
75A amends Chapter 106 of the code, the City of Shreveport zoning ordinance by rezoning property located on the northeast.
Been
corner of
moved by
Second
Councilman
Express.
Everson, second by Councilman
What health club
Carvin.
is this gonna be?
Why?
This is that new Y.
Oh, the new Y, okay.
Yeah. Attorney Wells, are you taking him out to lunch this evening? Is that on you? Oh, okay. Because, you know, Alex told me to say that. We ready, Mr. Thompson?
5-0.
Didn't I announce it?
76
5-0.
amends the 2014 capital improvements budget.
It's been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvin. Any questions, discussion? If not, let's vote. 5.
Sorry.
5-0.
Number
Passes.
Number 77 is a companion to 76. It amends the 2014 Street Special Revenue Fund budget.
Been moved by Councilman Everson, second by Councilman Carvin. Let's vote. Passes with a 5-0. 9B, we ready? See that? Okay, Mr.
Chair,
Johnson.
those are all of the items on the regular agenda. I'm not aware of any item to be pulled from the tabled agenda.
Anybody, any council member want to pull anything from the table? If not, Mr. Thompson, we will property standards appeal. We had that on yesterday.
All of the appeals have been
Yeah.
taken care of.
And Mr. Thompson, since Oliver's not here, we will on your report here. We don't want you to give it, he's not here. I know how Oliver has a special affection for you, and he wanna wait, okay, the council will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved by Councilman Webb, second by Councilman Carvin. All in favor vote yes, opposed is no. We are now to the committee of a whole. Can I get a motion for the approval of the minutes?
So moved.
Been moved by Councilman Carvin, Webb, second by one of them B. All in favor vote yes, opposed is no. The minutes have been approved.
Corbin, thank you.
Well, we've had so many communications. I think the best one you gave was a pizza in the back. Okay, okay.
Report from officers, boards, and committees?
Oh, we've been over that.
You didn't call for it.
Yes, you did. Y'all just didn't hear me. Somebody was talking.
You with the clerk's report.
Huh?
Well, I missed it. Can I back up and get the report?
Yeah, we're back up to you. I
Thank you,
called
Mr.
for
Chairman.
it. Okay.
All right, this is the report of the Audit and Finance Committee for August 12, 2014, for our city council meeting. The committee met yesterday at 2:00 p.m. and received the annual external reports from from BKD, the city's external auditors. The auditors reported that the city's December 31, 2013 financial statements were completed and issued by the state deadline. The auditors gave a clean opinion on the completed financial statements. This means that the auditors believe the 2013 financial statements are correct and accurately presented. Some financial issues that the auditors discussed during the meeting. As of December 31, 2013, the city's savings account is $4.1 million, or 2% of total general fund expenditures. This savings amount has decreased about 1% from last year. Accounting changes will soon require costs of retiree health insurance and overall pension obligations to be more fully reported in the city's financial statements, causing a negative impact on the city's financial position. On the positive side, there was significant improvement of about $5.8 million in the swap value for water and sewage. Finally, the committee will consider seeking advice from Shreveport Home Mortgage Authority Bond Council to determine the process of how the city can proceed with obtaining any available Shreveport Home Mortgage Authority funds. Overall, it was an educational meeting discussing important information about the city's overall financial condition. That's a report of the Audit and Finance Committee, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Since we got 2 left for public comments, and I know the council has talked so much today, Pastor Leonard Mays, Art, I'm sorry, Pastor, come up, but put the 3-minute time up there. And let me say this, Pastor, before you start. And Chief, I want you to hear this too.
Let me sit down.
No, I want to, because I'm gonna call on you. Yeah. No, I'm gonna give you 3 minutes. But what I want you to understand is that we have rules and regulations. And I'm talking now.
I don't need a lecture.
All right, and our rules are that we give you 3 minutes. Those are written rules. They don't change when somebody comes down here and think that this is their chamber, because it's not. You'll have 3 minutes, and those are the policies. And what I'm gonna ask the clerk to do is from now on is to have some of those policies out so that people will know that they have 3 minutes. They don't just come down here and just speak as long as they want to, because they think the chamber is there. All right, Pastor Mays, I'm asking you to come up. Mr. Thompson, will you there you go. All right, now, it's the pleasure of the council if we want to extend that to you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Willie Bradford said thank you, because you gave him time, you gave me time too.
I might
But
give Willie Bradford
anyway, we don't want to hear all that.
Now, look, if you come up with that, your 3 minutes gonna roll and you're gonna sit down.
You need to be quiet.
No, you need to be quiet.
You need to be quiet. You need to turn on the clock, and you need to be quiet. That man ain't gonna do nothing to me. That man ain't gonna do nothing to me, and neither you.
Yeah, we're gonna sit
Put him on the clock. Let me say this to you, first of all. I'm gonna say this to you.
Mr. Thompson,
It's a sad thing, District F, that you have a person that say he is representing you all with an attitude and a demand such as Councilman Joe Shine. This is what I'm saying to you. We know that. I know about the time when people don't say what you want them to say, then you have a problem with it. This is a public forum. There is no police officer and nobody else. I know the rules and the regulations. You do not scare me. And the next meeting is going to be at my church. And so, by the way, if any council person up there, because I've talked to some of them, you are not the whole council. You are one person. And if any council person up there that go along with you trying to threaten these guys who is a part of this city, you are on your way out anyway. You got 2 more months and we're going to say goodbye to you and this foolishness. And for as you trying to degrade people, for as you trying to put folks down, you weren't trying to put nobody down when I was out there advocating for you when you got arrested for a criminal activity. So don't bring that crap to me. You and nobody else is going to disrespect me. And I went out there and talked to the police. He has no authority to arrest me because there's been no crime committed. You scare people with that crap that comes down here and try to talk. You don't scare Pastor Mays with it. You can look at the clock. Thank you for my time. I'm going to give you some time. But you don't run me. You should know that by now. You don't put the fear in me. You don't scare me. I run New Macedonia Baptist Church. And those workers that just met with me, the next meeting is going to be there. And the next meeting and the next meeting. When we get this piece of legislation passed, you will not be on the council. So you do not represent those workers. Jeff Everson and none of the rest of them is going to go along with you with your crap. Now, you got 57 minutes, and I'm going to give that back to you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Mr. Marvin Muhammad. You have 3 minutes. If you want any additional time, you ask for it, and it's a pleasure to council to either give it to you or not to give it to you.
Yes, sir. Marvin Muhammad, 1413 Clay. Again, Mr. Chairman, to the rest of the council, and also to the administration, we do want to say on August the 7th, the Department of Environmental Quality sent out a so-called closure letter to Harrison Materials Management. After reading that letter and also the package or the attachments or the enclosures with that, I was amazed at the excitement that it caused on social media and other outlets. I believe that if you read and I'm saying this for a reason, because I want this council not to go to sleep on this issue. I know that this council along with the administration as well, stated publicly they was against the landfill. And quite honestly, I don't trust the Department of Environmental Quality. I don't trust the state officials and the state of Louisiana to do the right thing about and with the citizens of the MLK community and the city of Shreveport as a whole. Again, in that package, it talked about a not to extend date of February 3rd, 2015, which they were to actually was extended. I guess you could say to extend the actually permanently conclude the fire, if you will. And then at that point, they're to actually begin closing of the landfill. I believe that's very ambiguous. That extends the time frame tremendously. And from now until February to that time, they're actually allowed to still receive waste. I mean, how disingenuous is that? So he's continued to bring death into the community. He's being allowed to continue to bring disease into the community. And again, I think that the city, from the council perspective and also from the administration, we believe it needs to be looked at. We believe that, in fact, if I could, these is just my feelings. I believe that the council needs to, not something from the mayor, because I know he hasn't already communicated with the Department of Environmental Quality, but this council needs to have a strong voice, because to me it's been very absent, outside of Councilwoman McCullen and maybe some others in some meetings, but it really hasn't been anything really heartfelt and that can really be substantiated from the council and from the city of Shreveport. Like again, we don't trust the state of Louisiana. We don't trust the state officials, and we don't trust DEQ. We believe they have betrayed the public faith. They have betrayed the public interest, and really this closure, so-called closure letter, is really nothing more than a smirk. They have, again, to February 2015 to actually put this so-called fire mitigation plan together, still receiving waste. So where is they going to do with the rest of the waste? How are they going to put the fire out by bringing in waste? They say that it's being said that he needs to bring in the waste so that he can make money. Did you turn on?
Yeah, it's a pleasure. Give him 2 more minutes.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Okay, now let's wrap it up.
Thank you, Chairman Shine. It's being said that he's been allowed to continue to receive waste so that he can make money. Well, he should already have a bond to that amount. He should already have a pollution liability assurance to that amount to actually close down the landfill at the time that the fire is conclusively put out. It shouldn't be that he's allowed to continue to make money to reap profit when he has already caused tremendous liability to the neighborhood, not only just in death and disease and the welfare and the health of the citizens, but into the property values of those homes in the MLK area, specifically in that Russell Road area. Thank you, Councilman Shine.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to comment on that since you're the mayor of the city? And
absolutely, Mr. Shine. I can only say hallelujah and amen, and right on to everything that Brother Muhammad has just shared. We are, in fact, in the process of reviewing all of the documents that have been issued with regard to this situation. There are a great number of concerns that we have, and we intend to share and detail those here in very short order, because every word that Marvin Muhammad has just shared with you all is pretty much correct. To be given a set of circumstances where the fire mitigation aspect of this thing does not even have to commence until February of next year. And then at that point in time, you are still allowed to continue to operate. And the one thing that we've also discovered as well in the midst of all of this is that this is an operation that's not just in the construction debris business. They're also in the agricultural waste business, and they're also in the rock crushing business. And there are at least 2 of those 3 that were not known to be functions of that particular location by the Metropolitan Planning Commission. And so we're in the process of having those situations addressed, and specifically to address the issue as Brother Marvin also shared, because these were concerns that were expressed in February of 2008 regarding the bonding closure requirements. It was expressed by testimony that was given at the public hearing that those particular aspects of this operation were not proper or in line and inadequate. And 6 years later, you are seeing that situation play out. To have a situation where someone is given, despite the fact that it's been declared a hazard, an emergency, and something that needs to be immediately put out and closed, to allow them to be able to continue to operate in order to be able to make the money they need to close, is just something that just does not make a lot of sense. It's like the doctor who's been accused and determined to be in malpractice, being allowed to continue to see patients so he can make enough money to pay off the judgment for his prior malpractice.
That's pretty good.
It's just counterintuitive. So those are the aspects of this that we are piecing together from an administrative standpoint, and continue to reach out and connect with folks like Brother Marvin and Irma Rogers at the MLK Community Development Corporation, along with Benny Doty at the Neighborhood Association and other citizens in that area. And this will be information that we will be sharing with the state and asking them to address, because it is not in line with what it ought to be from our perspective.
We appreciate your determination.
But I think the CAO had it. Oh, I thought he had something he wanted to say. Go ahead.
No, he
Reaching for more water.
Oh, okay.
He was handing you a drink of, he was handing you a drink of water
Yes,
because
sir.
you talk so long, and I know your mouth is dry.
Yes, sir.
But we appreciate your determination, and we do want you to know that all of us are determined to bring that land here to an end, and the chair will move to reconvene. Can I get a
Quick
hold on, Marvin.
I'd like to, not for.
Oh, okay, not for you.
Unrelated. Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Proposing a public safety meeting at 2 o'clock on the 27th, if that's the Monday before our work session.
That'll be good.
Good?
Jackie,
Is that
you got it
20?
down?
Wouldn't be the 20th.
Sorry, I may have the date wrong.
25th.
25th, excuse me. 25th at 2 o'clock. I'd like to make that proposal. If you wouldn't mind, somebody contact Ms. McCullough, because she is on that committee and she's not here.
Get out an email tomorrow.
Okay?
Jackie, you know how busy I am with my banking business, so.
Public
call
safety
me
and the
in a minute.
proposals are based on some issues from SPD. One is, has to do with some ordinances regarding,
Chief, did y'all hear that?
they're the proposals of it.
Well,
One is to do with ordinance regard to levying fines against some of these businesses that have the alcohol offenses as a first measure. And the other may be some of the solicitation stuff that needs to be resolved in terms of specific ordinance and how to apply it. So those are the 2 items. They're aware of it because they're proposing. So
If it's appropriate, Julie and I had discussed, along with Shelley, and I think a few other people were copied on it. This week is a good example of, because of the fact that I have downtown and Festival Plaza and some of those areas in my district, we do a lot of Chapter 10 exemptions. And we discussed potentially amending Chapter 10 to allow some sort of administrative approval process. It's early on in the discussion, but it might be worth kind of bringing before the Public Safety Committee, just getting it on y'all's agenda.
should we put it on 1:30 appointment start instead of 2?
Jeff,
I don't know that we'll have
No,
something
no,
drafted
no.
by then, though. We'll.
right, and I think I told you I'm having surgery Thursday and I would be out for 2 weeks, so
Yeah.
Right.
I won't have
So,
a draft.
We'll do it at a
You
subsequent
talk
meeting.
about it without me.
No, we'll do it at a subsequent meeting. You're right.
You can
I-
bring
I've
it up
forgotten
under
the
new
timing of
business or
that.
something like that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, 2 o'clock is a proposal at this point, unless I hear otherwise from fire or SPD or Rose or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Okay, the chair moves to reconvene. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
So we reconvene back into our regular meeting. Meeting's adjourned.
Are y'all